Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our April planning meeting. I have a motion. It is moved by Councillor Cairns and seconded by Councillor Hunter. Be it resolved that the council agenda as presented on April 28th, 2026 be approved as circulated. Please vote. That carries. Thank you. I'll do this. We're going a little bit out of order today, and this is not usual for a planning agenda, but I did want to just take a moment to remember that April 28th marks the National Day of Mourning, a day to remember and reflect on workers who have lost their lives, been injured, or become ill as a result of a workplace incident. It's also time for our shared commitment to preventing workplace injuries and illnesses. In recognition of this day, the town of Gravenhurst reaffirms its dedication to health and safety, reinforcing our ongoing commitment to providing a safe and healthy workplace for all our employees. So we encourage everyone to take a moment to reflect on the importance of working safely and looking out for one another today and every day. And with that, I will ask, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest today, Council? Okay, I find myself with one, so I will be declaring on the Hale sign bylaw and will be exiting the room and handing the chair over to Councillor Jorgensen, or Deputy Mayor Jorgensen, for the discussion. And we did not have a closed session, and that brings me to Councillor Varney to please deliver our land acknowledgement statement.
We would like to begin today's meeting by acknowledging the First Peoples, who for thousands of years before us were and are still the keepers and caretakers of this land, where we now live and work, and in particular the Chippewas of Rama, Wata, Mohawk First Nations, and the Moon River Métis. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of reconciliation and respect with all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people. We recognize all the generations of Indigenous people and their historic connection to this place, and we are grateful for the opportunity to gather here at this time.
Okay, thank you. This afternoon, there are two public meetings scheduled for two zoning bylaw amendments. Application number ZA04-2026 for 135 Musquash Limited, and application number ZA07-2026 for the Sargent Company. The Planning Act requires that a public meeting be held before council decides to pass a zoning bylaw amendment. The public meeting serves two purposes. First, to present to council and the public the details and background to the proposal, and second, to receive comments from the public and agencies before a council decision is made. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the public meeting. The Manager of Planning Services, Adam Agger, will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of public meeting was circulated. Staff will then advise of the purpose and effect of the proposed zoning amendment and provide any additional information that is relevant to the application. Staff will further summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the applicant will be requested to make a presentation, followed by questions or presentations from the public, either in favor or against the proposal. Council will then have the opportunity to question the applicant, staff, or anyone giving presentations. The proposed zoning bylaw amendments will then be considered by council later this afternoon. If anyone from the public in the council chambers would like to request notification of the decision of any application, please complete the form provided on the table at the back. Please include your email address. I will now ask the Manager of Planning Services to advise how, when, and to whom notice of the public meetings were circulated.
Notice of the public meetings concerning the proposed zoning bylaw amendments were sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 meters, that's 400 feet, of the properties subject to the proposed bylaw, and emailed to applicable agencies. Included within the notices was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposal, a site plan, and a key map showing the location of the property in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act RSO 1990, Chapter P13. The public notices for the zoning amendments were also posted on the town's website under planning notices on the planning department page.
It is important to note that should council pass any bylaws this afternoon, there is a 20-day appeal period during which time the applicant, the municipality, and certain public bodies as defined by the Planning Act may appeal the decision of council. During this appeal period, no building permit may be issued or other work commenced. Also, in the event there is an appeal, and in order to be kept advised of the possible Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, members of the public must request and be sent a copy of council's decision on the application. I now declare this portion of the meeting to be a public meeting to deal with application number ZA04-2026, 135 Musquash Limited. I will now ask the manager of Planning Services to please summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and provide any additional information and correspondence relevant to the application.
Thank you, Your Worship. The subject property is located on Musquash Road, southwest of Muskoka Road 169. The property is designated urban residential area in the town of Gravenhurst official plan and is zoned residential 1. The property is currently developed with an existing detached dwelling and shed, which are in a derelict state and are planned to be demolished. There is a development envelope on the location of these structures and extends further back into the existing rear yard, which gently slopes upwards from the road, but is also relatively flat and cleared with a mix of grass, young and mature shrubs and trees, and some bedrock outcroppings towards the rear of the property where it's more moderately sloped. The remainder of the property is in a natural state, consisting of mature trees, steep rock outcroppings. The property is characterized by a very large and steep rock outcrop on the southern and eastern portions, which limits the location of a development envelope. The application was submitted in order to permit a residential apartment building with 14 dwelling units. The application requests the following relief from the zoning bylaw. Rezone the property from residential 1 to residential multiple 1, RM1. Permit a minimum setback of 3.8 meters from the western side lot line where 6 meters is required. Permit a maximum building height of 11 meters where 10 meters is permitted. Permit a maximum of 14 dwelling units where 6 are permitted. And permit a minimum setback of 0.6 meters for a parking space from the front lot line where 3 meters is required. In support of the application, a planning justification report prepared by Plan Muskoka and a geotechnical support letter from Soil Engineers Limited were submitted. As detailed in the staff report, Section C6 contains development policies for the urban residential area designation. Section C62 identifies urban residential areas as containing the historic residential community and new development areas which are characterized by a mix of housing types and lot sizes. Section C63 contains general residential development policies relating to the location of new, medium, and high-density housing, including consideration being given to compatibility with the existing land uses in the immediate area, maintaining a low or staggered building profile to conform visually to low-density residential areas, suitable landscaping and amenities being provided on site or in close proximity to community facilities, available municipal infrastructure, and close proximity to arterial and collector roads, and the relationship to proposed future land uses in developing residential areas. This policy further states that the maximum density for high-density development, including low to mid-rise apartments, shall not exceed 60 units per hectare. Section C632 contains policies which encourage and support the development of new housing through infilling and intensification and the redevelopment of existing residential areas subject to policies relating to the aforementioned compatibility, character, and availability of services. And this is to support and encourage intensification and opportunities for affordable housing. In addition to that, the proposal includes a low-rise apartment which will increase the maximum density on the subject property to 14 units. This translates to 47 units per hectare, so below the 60 unit per hectare maximum. The proposed building would be constructed on the previously developed area and on the property preserving the existing natural area, including the identified steep rock outcropping. Staff are of the opinion that the proposed use would be compatible with the surrounding residential area, which is currently intensifying and includes higher density forms of development, including townhouse units and semi-detached units and other low-rise apartment buildings with similar design, height, and massing characteristics. Further, the proposed building is 3 stories in height, which remains in scale with what is currently permitted for low and medium density housing and is what is existing in the surrounding area. The property is suitably sized to provide landscaped areas and on-site amenities such as parking, walking, and seating areas, and the proposed building would be fully serviced by municipal water and sewer services. It also fronts onto a year-round municipally maintained road and is within close proximity to an arterial road which provides direct access to the downtown core and facilities and parkland associated with the Muskoka Wharf. The proposed building does abut low-density residential uses and requires a reduced setback from it. However, the building has been cited in an attempt to maximize the separation from this use while avoiding disturbance to the existing steep rock outcrop on the property. The proposed setback is not reflected along the entire side of the building too, also due to its orientation. So you can see towards the front of the property, there's actually an increased setback, and the relief that they're seeking is just at that rear corner. And finally, the proposal is anticipated to support more affordable housing opportunities in providing smaller unit sizes, additional rental opportunities, and special needs housing through a dedicated accessible unit on the ground floor. Increasing these housing types supports opportunities by the town of as identified in the Town of Gravenhurst Housing Needs Assessment 2024. In addition to this, as noted in the staff report, staff are recommending the inclusion of the following provision in the amending zoning bylaw, which requires a visual buffer that includes plantings to be provided and maintained along the western side lot line. So again, that lot line in question on the west side of the property, staff are recommending a provision be included to address the reduced setback. With respect to the residential multiple one zone, the RM1 zone does permit medium and high density residential uses, which does include low-rise apartment buildings. The proposed use as such would be contemplated within this zone. Staff are of the opinion that the RM1 zone would be considered appropriate for the proposal due to the building form that is being proposed and because it limits the additional permitted uses, height, and density that could be allowed in for, say, the residential multiple 2 zone. This is also reflected on neighboring properties to the north and west. The application also requests an increase to the maximum building height, 11 meters, representing an additional 1 meter above what's permitted in the RM1 zone. The requested height allows for the first full-story parking garage, two comparably sized residential stories, and a peaked roof. The increased height partially results from the foundation and additional clearance needed for the first-story parking structure, which is intended to minimize disturbance required to provide parking on other areas of the property. Further, the requested height reflects a 3-story building, which could be constructed based on the standard regulations of the RM1 zone. Staff are of the opinion that the requested impact of height does not appear to significantly differ from what is permitted in the RM1 zone and would be consistent with the existing apartment building to the northwest of the property. It would also remain consistent to scale with what is currently permitted for low-density residential development on the property and surrounding areas being 9 meters. And again, this is just to show an elevation, facade elevation, so height and scale. With respect to agency comments, the chief building official, no objections, noted the potential concern with respect to exit, window, and spatial separations with the concept drawings that were currently provided, and advised that the proposal will be required to comply with the Ontario Building Code. The deputy treasurer and the deputy fire chief, no objections. The infrastructure technologist provided the following requirements to be submitted for review and approval. 1, stormwater management plan and report being prepared by a professional engineer. 2, a site grading plan prepared by a qualified professional engineer or Ontario land surveyor. 3, plans to remove vegetation and establish a suitable ditch within the municipal ditch fronting on the subject property shall be shown on the submitted stormwater management plan and grading plan. 4, above ground and below ground site servicing plan be prepared by a qualified professional engineer. 5, if any light standards are proposed, a photometric plan and lighting plan. 6, securities to be posted for 100% of the value of the works proposed in the site grading stormwater management plan, and if applicable, the lighting plan. The amount of security shall be based on the estimate provided by the professional qualified engineer. 7, an approved entrance permit prior to the installation. And 8, an approved roadway occupation permit shall be obtained by any contractor occupying any portion of the town road allowance. The District of Muskoka provided no objections, provided the draft zoning bylaws amended to include a holding provision. The removal of the holding provision shall only be considered when the following conditions have been fulfilled. 1, a functional servicing report has been submitted to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka. 2, the hydraulic modeling be completed at the cost of the applicant, and that any required improvements be implemented to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka. 3, availability of water and sewer capacity be confirmed to the satisfaction of the District Municipality of Muskoka. And 4, a traffic brief prepared by a qualified professional be submitted to the satisfaction of the District of Muskoka and the Town of Gravenhurst. As council and staff are aware, staff have received letters of objections from neighboring property owners, all of which have been provided to council for their information and review. Generally speaking, these letters highlight policy issues contained in the Town of Gravenhurst official plan, including those related to growth in the urban center, conserving natural landscapes and environmental features, making efficient use of infrastructure, designing development to be compatible with the surrounding area and in close proximity to community facilities, and identifying and protecting habitat of threatened and endangered species, and developing on steeply sloped areas. Further letters received express infrastructure concerns for the proposed development, including unsafe winter driving conditions, the nearby intersection between Musquash Road and Muskoka Road 169, and the lack of sidewalks in the area, traffic impacts from the existing community and mailbox, and snow storage issues resulting from the proposed parking setbacks. In response to these comments, staff would note the proposal is within the town's urban center and is of the opinion the building represents a compact form of development that would be compatible with the surrounding residential area and is within proximity to community facilities at the Muskoka Wharf and downtown core, as detailed in the staff report. It is also important to acknowledge that the town's housing needs assessment has identified rental housing and the need to support small and single earner households as key housing gaps in the community, both of which would be addressed in part through this proposal. With respect to the environmental considerations, development is proposed on the existing disturbed area of the property and will not be located on the steeply sloped areas. Due to the proposed development location, staff are of the opinion that environmental impact study is not needed in this case for this application to evaluate species at risk, and understand that the applicant is still required to ensure compliance with all provincial legislation relating to the identification, protection, and monitoring of species at risk through the development process. Finally, with respect to the infrastructure concerns, a holding provision has been recommended on the property to require the additional technical information, including a traffic study and stormwater management plan and grading plan, hydraulic modeling to confirm that the proposed development can be integrated into existing infrastructure, and if any improvements are required prior to approval. The proposed development would also be subject to a site plan agreement application process where more detailed studies would be reviewed and implemented, and where new storage, snow storage would be required to be confirmed on the property. Moving now on to site photos. This looks south from the property looking towards the existing dwelling, which is planned to be removed. The proposed apartment would be in this location and move back into the rear. Parking is also proposed in the foreground area. This looks northeast down Musquash Road to the intersection of Muskoka Road 169. Turning around, this looks west towards the other side of Musquash Road. You can note an existing 3-story apartment across the road with semi-detached townhouse buildings further in the background. Moving into the property and looking south on the east side of the existing building, you can also note the rock outcropping. The proposed building would be on the footprint of the existing dwelling and extend backwards while avoiding this rock feature. This is then moving and looking south. This would be the approximate location, end of the approximate location of the proposed building, delineated with the orange stake in the background. It is hard to see on screen here. But will remain off the steeply sloped rock outcroppings on the left. You can just kind of see stake tucked up into the trees there. This then looks east across the rear of the building, showing the, this looks south, the footprint, the west side of the property where the reduced setback is proposed. This past the immediate location of the neighbor dwelling to the west. Then turning back east across the rear of the property, again showing the existing rock outcropping, and again you can just see another stake there. This is now looking north towards the front of the property. And then finally, this is looking west in the neighboring property from the front portion of the proposed building footprint, and noting the existing trees along the lot line in this location. And again, a neighboring property as well. As detailed in the staff report, it's staff's opinion the application is consistent with the provincial planning statement, conforms to the town's official plan, is appropriate and represents good planning. As a result, staff are recommending the application be approved, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Egger. Is the applicant or agent here to make a presentation?
Is this already on? Perfect. My name is Savas Verades of Plan Muskoka, P.O. Box 5384, Huntsville, Ontario, P1H2K7. I have listened to what Mr. Egger has said here today. He thoroughly went through this application. I don't have too much to add. I think I'll just highlight some of the major points that he has made, and then we can move it along to members of the public. So firstly, I agree with staff that the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement in 2024, which directs growth to settlement areas and supports residential intensification. This development represents efficient use of fully serviced land and contributes to achieving complete communities and housing supply objectives. The property is designated urban residential within the urban center, which is where a full range of housing types, including low-rise apartments, is explicitly permitted. I agree with staff's opinion that the proposal conforms to the official plan, particularly policies encouraging infilling, intensification, and a mix of housing and options. The proposed building is 3 stories, consistent with what's permitted and already emerging in the area. Immediately surrounding the development includes apartments, townhouses, and semi-detached units, showing this development is simply part of an evolving neighborhood pattern. The reduced side yard setback is not arbitrary. It's a direct response to significant bedrock and slope constraints on the property. The building has been carefully sited to avoid disturbing deep slopes through blasting, minimizing disturbance, and maximizing separation from the neighboring dwelling where it matters the most. Staff has mentioned that visual buffering will be secured through a required planting strip and barrier along the shared lot line. Additional protections like the holding provision for site plan control ensure that servicing, traffic, grading, and infrastructure will be fully addressed before the development proceeds. The proposal delivers 14 smaller units contributing to rental supply and more attainable housing options. Staff has explicitly linked this to the town's housing needs assessment, identifying the need for smaller households and more affordable units. Concerns that the additional units will increase traffic on Musquash Road, particularly with winter conditions and nearby intersections, have been addressed through the holding provision, which requires a traffic impact brief and infrastructure to review and confirm the road network can safely accommodate development before it proceeds. Concerns regarding the parking layout, reduced setbacks, and whether there is adequate space for snow storage and safe on-site circulation can be resolved through site plan control process where the detailed grading, servicing, parking layout, and snow storage plans must be reviewed and approved by the town and district. Concerns with the scale, height, and density being not compatible with the surrounding area are addressed with staff, and I agree that the proposal is compatible with the evolving neighborhood context. Staff has imposed required visual buffering, and we agree that the building height and form are consistent with permitted and existing development in the area. In conclusion, this is a compact, well-designed form of development on a fully serviced property in the urban center that aligns with provincial policy, conforms to the town and district official plan, and implements the town's own housing objectives, and appears to be exactly the kind of development those policies are intended to support. That's all I really have to say. I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have, though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments from members of the public? If so, please come to the podium. And we'll need your name and mailing address, please. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of committee and planning staff. My name is John Gould, Gould. I reside at 150 Musquash Road in Gravenhurst, P1P0E3, which is across the street and slightly west of the subject lands. I appreciate being given the opportunity to speak to application ZA 2026 today. I've put a written submission in, and it's not my intention to belabor this committee with reciting it word for word. I'm sure that everybody here has reviewed it. There are a few things I would like to call to the attention of committee members, however, when rendering a decision on this application. Specifically, I'm asking that committee gives due consideration to the emphasis that the Town of Gravenhurst Official Plan 2016 places on prioritizing high-density development in places that are walkable. I'm asking the committee to give due consideration to components of the Town of Gravenhurst official plan that mentions where high-density development is to occur near lower density. Consideration should be given to increased setbacks to minimize impact. I'm asking members of committee to consider what the effect of this application, if approved as submitted, could have in terms of general desirability. And Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, in terms of the minor variances that are proposed with this application, establish the 4 key criteria that bodies such as yourself must consider. Again, I'm not going to belabor you with them. We all know what it says about in terms of general desirability. It's been upheld time and time again through the appeal process with the Ontario Land Tribunal that in terms of desirability, desirability is subjective through members such as yourself, but it is also evidence-based. And desirability, the variance sought should not cause undue hardship impacts on surrounding properties. And despite not conforming, the proposed variance should fit harmoniously with developed properties that are neighboring. Thank you. I know there's other people that wish to speak today. I won't take up any more time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Who else would like to come and speak? Okay, we just need your name and mailing address, please.
Sure. Hey, everyone. My name's Kerry James. My mailing address is Box 1191 in Gravenhurst, P1P0E3. So in thinking a lot about this, the other day I was headed into Sobeys. So I was walking in and I saw a young mother. She had a baby on her arm and a toddler that was helping her push her stroller along. They were headed out of Sobeys, and they were walking over to the apartments and the condos in behind Sobeys. But they could have been headed downtown. They could have been headed anywhere. And I'll contrast that with what I often see driving down Highway 169, which is, can someone put that drawing of Musquash Road, the intersection, back up? So what I'll see is, as I'm driving down 169, what I'll see is young families. So, you know, I've seen, just past the wharf, I'll see one, young family pushing a baby stroller, waiting to cross that highway at that intersection. Once they cross that highway, they've got to walk down the shoulder of the highway with cars speeding by, and so they're walking from there to the wharf typically, right? So you're walking along, you've got cars speeding by. Okay, hold on one second. And right at that corner, you'll often see young children waiting for the school bus. So, and where are they waiting? They're not waiting on the shoulder, they're waiting in the middle of the road. So in thinking about this, what it brings to mind to me is the great American Canadian urban thinker Jane Jacobs. Okay, so her books, The Death and Life of Great American Cities, Jacobs wrote that streets and their sidewalks are the main public places of a city, are its most vital organs. This observation is directly relevant here because this application is not simply about whether 14 units can be placed on this site. It's about whether the site and the surrounding street network can safely support the people who live there, children's, seniors, families, pedestrians, cyclists, emergency vehicles, and service vehicles. So I'll take a breath here, but Jacob's planning philosophy was people first. She's often invoked as a supporter of density, but her support of density was inseparable from safe, active, walkable streets and neighborhoods designed around daily life. In other words, density only works when the public realm around it works. So it's precisely the problem with this application. This proposal seeks to more than double the permitted number of units in a location fronting or accessing an official 60-kilometer-an-hour highway, where I would argue that the actual speed limits may be even higher, and where there are no sidewalks, there's no safe crossings, there's no traffic calming measures like speed bumps, there's no signal controls, there's no adequate pedestrian space, and in winter, you know what? The problem becomes even more serious. So plows push the snow to the edge, covers up the road, and where do people walk? They're walking in the road. So this is not complete community planning. It's density placed beside a highway without the public realm that makes density safe, social, and livable. Density by itself does not automatically create a livable community. So Jacob's work also teaches that plans must be made to fit people, not the other way around. In this case, the municipality should not ask future residents, children's, parents, I keep saying children's, but anyway, children, parents, seniors to adapt themselves to an unsafe road environment simply because a higher density site plan can be drawn within the boundaries of a parcel. Before approving this rezoning, the municipality should require traffic, and I've heard some of this, which is good, but so should require proper traffic, pedestrian safety, parking, snow storage, winter maintenance, and infrastructure studies, along with binding commitments to provide the sidewalks, crossings, lighting, traffic calming, and safe access needed before occupancy. This proposal is also not gentle intensification. It's a substantial change in density, built form, traffic, parking demand, lighting, noise, and daily activity in a neighborhood currently comprised of single-family homes, lower to medium density housing, and regular wildlife. You see deer, fox, moose, hawks, doves, squirrels, and other wildlife in and around our yards. The District of Muskoka itself says that planning should protect the natural environment, align growth and development with municipal infrastructure, and promote complete, safe, accessible, and inclusive communities. That's the standard that this application should be measured against. The district has also recognized that Muskoka is growing and that transportation planning must support population growth, improve safety, and identify needed infrastructure. It states that roads should provide safe connections between communities and support all road users. That transportation master plan focuses on road safety, traffic flow, active transportation, and environmental impact, and those are exactly the issues here. This level of density should not be approved before the municipality has shown that sidewalks, safe walking routes, and winter road conditions, parking, buffering, and infrastructure are compatible with existing neighborhood and natural setting. So I'm going to touch back on Jane Jacobs a little bit here at the end, and I'm going to close with this. So former Ontario Premier Bill Davis captured this people first principle when he stopped the Spadina Expressway back, I think it was the 60s or 70s. What he stated was, if we're building a and that transportation system was basically what Allen Road was supposed to do. Allen Road was supposed to continue all the way right down straight through the heart of Toronto, but it got stopped. Bill Davis stated, if we're building a transportation system to serve the automobile, the Spadina Expressway would be a good place to start. But if we're building a transportation system to serve the people, the Spadina Expressway would be a good place to stop. That same principle applies here. Growth should serve people first, not simply vehicles, development yields, or density targets. Anyway, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay, anybody else wants to come up? Okay. No, you're next. Come on up. Okay.
Hi,
Hi, we just need your name and mailing address, please.
my name is Kathy Beatty, and it's 240 Musquash, P1P0E3. I'd like to, as a former driving instructor and transport driver, I'd like to point out can we have the map up again? There's a particular problem with this road. Okay. if you see where the road comes on, you can see that there's a slight curve in 169. So pedestrians are either forced to walk with the traffic on the south side or try and cross that highway and walk against the traffic on the north side. The problem being is if there's car making a left turn there, which often happens, we've got people that are passing us on the shoulder. If you're driving a van like I do, you're obstructing, making a legal left-hand turn, you're obstructing the person who's passing you on the shoulder from seeing the pedestrians. Okay, and that's not just the only problem with that intersection. Also, between that road, Musquash, and the intersection of Musquash and 169 and of Steamship Bay Road, that is essentially a choke point, okay? It is not bypassable. Should an accident occur between those two, there is no way around it. So everybody downstream of us can't get the police, they can't get the fire department, and they can't get the ambulances, because it's the only 100 meters there. There's no way around unless you go through the Barrens south or you go around the lakes to the north. So not exactly what we want to know, since we're sort of downstream of that choke point. If somebody there needs help, those are the only two ways around if that road is blocked. It's got deep ditches on either side. There's no way through. So I'd encourage you to take a closer look at the map between Steamship and Musquash and see what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the next person, Mr. Ager, can you just clarify, so that the traffic study is yet to be done, right? So some of these scenarios that we're hearing will be looked at prior to a building permit is issued, and I would maybe say that perhaps the reason they want to know if there's an appetite to do this before they spend the money on the traffic study. Is that why we're sort of, it may seem like we're putting the cart before the horse?
Thank you, Your Worship. Great question. That's absolutely correct. So the holding provision is used as a tool where the town and district have outlined a number of studies and requirements they need. That hold is essentially a no developments permitted until that hold is lifted. They have a variety of criteria they have to meet. So one of those things was a traffic study by a qualified engineer. That has to be submitted to the satisfaction of the town's infrastructure department and our engineers, as well as the District of Muskoka and their engineers, and everyone has to be satisfied that the proposed development can be supported within the confines of the existing road network, or outline if any upgrades or requirements are needed to happen, and that has to be addressed first and foremost before the hold is lifted. And then you also heard earlier in my presentation too, there's also a number of servicing requirements and stormwater management requirements that also need to be addressed through the hold. So yes, while it does seem like this is happening before all the studies are done, this is typical of how development is done, where a holding provision is utilized to understand whether or not this development could, in principle, go forward pending the results of the technical studies being provided at a later date to the satisfaction of the town and the district.
Okay, just thanks for clarifying that. And is there any other members of the public who'd like to speak to this application? Okay, come on up. And we just
Hi.
need your name and mailing address, please.
Patricia Wilson, 260 Revelle, P1P 0E3. So I'd just like to address a little more the walking and cycling safety, because as a regular walker for 19 years up here, I'm on these roads all the time. And I've got to say, I did the walkability score, and from my house, it's 12, which is atrocious, right? Just around the corner from here. So if we're talking that people are accessible to the amenities of town, no, they're not, because you need grocery, pharmacy, bank, library, schools, daycare, gym, shopping, something other than BP. I know BP serves a purpose, but that's not the only place we might like to eat. So I think that that's the amenities are not there. So you really are saying this is going to be vehicle-driven only. And now we're going to 14 units, it's going to be 28 cars plus. If they might have visitors too. Can't say they can't have a friend over, right? So then the parks and the playgrounds, we'll circle back to there. That you can walk to, the sports fields and the splash pad. However, you're still going to have to go on a 60-kilometer highway and cross with, before you hit sidewalks or anything. So I can just tell you from personal experience, when our daughter comes up with the grandchildren, she did it with us once and said, never again will you walk my children on that dangerous route. You must drive them. So that's our story. So we have to drive our grandchildren down to use the splash pad and the other amenities that are the closest to this location. So then if you're with a stroller, and here's my last point, I guess. One person walking on that road down Musquash with the blind turn coming in from Bala from the north, it's dangerous. Two people, I would say, you know, highly risky behavior. And if you've got a stroller or a young child with a scooter, it is completely unsafe, absolutely. Because somebody else already mentioned people doing the shoulder passing. And we've got, and as we know, coming from Bala from the west, that's, you know, a completely blind turn. They can't even see you when you're on Musquash, let alone. So then this is before we put in, you know, think of the snow, et cetera, et cetera. And the last point is my girlfriend on the weekend, her adult daughter was up cycling, and from Musquash to 69, because the shoulders are narrow and not maintained at this point, wiped out on her bike. Now, she wasn't seriously hurt, but this is the kind of thing that happens all the time. It is a very, very dangerous spot to be. And a lot of people like to walk for exercise and fresh air, and, you know, they don't always want to take a car, but let's face it, you can't go grocery shopping with a wagon and your toddlers from here. You can't not do anything from there. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, come on up.
All talking about the road. 190 Ravel Street, Joanne Lansborough. I've lived there for over 40 years, I can't believe it. Moved there in 1983. So I saw this area intensify from previously all residential homes to now we have 3 multi-units. One right on the corner of Ravel and Musquash, tight, lots of challenges there. Then we come down, we have another 6-unit, townhouse unit, and then come down just beside that one, the brand-new apartment building with 8 units. So just thought I'd tell you my experience this winter. This happens. I was coming from town, turned off Highway 69, started up Musquash, the plow's coming. Well, there's no room. It's so narrow. And with all the snow, what to do? Well, he's not backing up, so I had to back up. So he used hand signals and I used hand signals. And together, we got me back down Musquash, which is very narrow with all the snow, back to sort of beginning of 69. I got my little SUV into the snowbank, far as I could, and he inched his blade along my vehicle. And my heart was pounding. I thought, this is a challenge here. So when I heard about this new development, I thought, we already have issues with our already 3 multi-dwelling facilities, and I understand we need them in Gravenhurst. We all understand that. We need more. We need affordable housing. But I just think this location is the wrong location. So thanks for listening to us.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public?
Hi, my name is Ann Cameron. I live at 165 Musquash. And I just wanted to highlight again about the road conditions. Winter road conditions are extremely unsafe. The road gets filled with snow. It's right up against the side wherever a ditch might have been is now gone, and then they still have nowhere to push it. So they end up putting it in your driveways, and then you try and get out. You can't see what's coming from either direction. And if you add another building into that process, it just makes more space where you can't see. The intersection of 169 and Musquash is already really hazardous. There's school buses that we have on Musquash, and some school buses just go along 169 and stop for the children. There's nowhere for the children to stand or to do it safely anyways. Some of the cars, some people pick up their children at the corner of 169, and so they park there with their cars so that they can pick up their children that get dropped off the bus. Where are all those people going to go? What are we going to do to help the children so they don't get in danger? The snowplow struggles to turn the corner off of coming from Bala end. They turn, when they try and do that turn, it becomes a bottleneck. Nobody can get past it. There are no sidewalks on Musquash. People with children and dog walkers, I mean, they're just taking their lives in their hands every time they get on the road. We need some sort of pedestrian walkway, sidewalks, something. The mailbox is also down near the end of the street, and the mailbox, everybody has to stop to get their mail because it's not close to your house, and also becomes a bottleneck because people stop, they go to pick up their mail, and then someone else is trying to get by. There's always no vision to see what's around you. Whether it be winter or summer, it's a bottleneck. So the requested reduction is set back from 3 meters to 0.6, and still, where are we going to put the snow? And the building is for 14 units. 14 units right now shows that there are 14 car spots inside the building. Nobody has just one car anymore. If you're a family and you're renting a unit, you will want to have 2 spots for yourself if you have 2 vehicles. And if you don't have 2 spots, where are you going to park your car? Because you can't park it on the road. So there's a lack of space already in that thought. Anyways, Musquash was designed for single-family dwellings, and the current infrastructure, road width, winter conditions, and limited sight lines don't support any additional density that this development would bring. So we're asking that the town to reject the proposal or modify it at least. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Are there any other members of the public? Okay, welcome. Just need.
My name is Charles Duval, D-U-V-A-L, and good afternoon, Your Worship, members of the council, and Gravener staff and members of the gallery. I live at 155 Musquash Road, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed zoning change. I'm here today to oppose the rezoning of the property at 135. So in the context of the Ontario Provincial Planning Statement, or PPS 2024. Big white button, thank you. All right, in the context of the Ontario Provincial Plan Statement, PPS 2024, intensification is the development of a property site or an area at a higher density than the current, that currently exists. While the PPS mandates intensification, building more in an existing area, it does not apply a one-size-fits-all to that approach. So basically, the planning authorities must establish intensification and redevelopment targets that are based on local conditions. The document's preamble explicitly states that it recognizes the diversity of Ontario and that local context is important. This means that what counts as intensification in downtown Toronto differs from what is inappropriate for a rural town like Gravenhurst. So this slide illustrates what our intersection at Musquash Road and 169 looked like on the 13th of April. Just keep these photos in mind here for the next few slides. We have something called premature intensification. What this means is that the PPS requires that infrastructure, sewage, water, and stormwater be available to support new development before it proceeds. So right now, we're planning on just putting a holding provision on this. We're putting the horse before the cart because the upgrades to the major drainage system on Musquash roads that are planned for this year are happening at the other end of Musquash Road. There's nothing planned for the intersection of 169 and Musquash where we're at right now. Am I correct in saying that? Development is, the drainage system is going to get upgraded at the other end of Musquash. So approving into increased density, currently with major drainage repairs creates an unacceptable risk of flooding or service failure. Development should not proceed until the completion and testing of these critical updates. So right now, we know that there's a big problem there. The PPS requires that infrastructure is available to support new development before it proceeds. So thinking of that, those photos I put up this year, so what's changed in the last year? So this has changed. So what we have here is a very large roof, a large parking lot that drains directly in the ditch of 169. So when the building foundation was dug up last year, in the spring last year, the foundation was a pool. It was a deep 8-foot hole full of water. So to dissipate, this water usually dissipated in the ground before the hole was dug and slowly went to wherever it goes in the ground. So what happens here is that they put a whole bunch of crushed rock in it, and they're pumping that water directly into the ditch on 169, and the parking lot also drains right there. So you have a very large impermeable area that drains directly in the ditch of 169 instead of going into the ground and slowly dissipating. So next we have compatibility with local character, and this is all still in regards to PPS 2024. Our argument here is that 135 Musquash Road is described as an oversized lot, about approximately 3/4 of an acre, characterized by privacy and space. If the proposal is for significantly higher density, a multi-unit building, it fails the PPS test for compatibility with the immediate surrounding fabric, basically my house right next to it, which consists of lower density or transition lands near the wharf. So what the PPS says about this, it requires that intensification maintain the vitality and character of existing neighborhoods. It must be context sensitive. Development means respecting the existing lot pattern. Radical changes in lot coverage or height at this specific location would disrupt the transition between the intense wharf area and quieter residential pockets of Musquash Road. While the new proposed building is almost twice the size of the new build across the street, because it's 14 units versus 8, it is totally incompatible with the property right next to it. That would be my house. It provides absolutely no transition and does not respect in any way the existing lot pattern, contrary to PPS 2024. So next we have, the PPS states that there has to be an appropriate transition between zones. And this is a big failure of what's going on right now. The proposed involves a sudden jump in density from a single detached home to a multi-unit complex. It violates the PPS requirement for a smooth transition between land uses. PPS mandates an appropriate transition between areas of different intensities. 135 Musquash Road serves as a buffer zone. Converting it to a high density eliminates this buffer, creating adverse effects, meaning shadowing. So you have a 40-foot building, creating noise. There's 8 balconies facing our house. What is going to be there for heating units? Typically, heating units are heat exchangers. So it'll be beside, I'm going to guess 8 heat exchangers right beside my bedroom. Be like being at Muskoka Airport. And privacy loss, 8 balconies overlooking our house on an adjacent lower density building. So there's absolutely no appropriate transition, but it instead reduces the minimum setback, eliminating any kind of buffer. The planning report states that the build will be relatively close to the house at 155 Musquash Road, and it's requested that at 3.8 meter from the property line. That's downplaying the fact that there is and there will not be any transition between land uses and is an abrupt change to densities. 3.8 meters, that's 4 paces, and you're looking at a 40-foot wall. To give you an idea, this is our house here. The red line is approximate location of the property line, and the red bar is where that 40-foot wall would be. Seems pretty close, but that's 3.8 meters at the back of the property, the back of our house. It's 6 meters in the front at an angle, and you'll see this a little bit later in the other slides. But at this point, 3 meters, 3.8 meters or 6 meters doesn't make much of a difference. You're still standing in front of a 40-foot wall. So still in regards to PPS 2024, section 1132. Oh, the previous slide with the building, that's not very accurate because all you saw in there was 4 balconies. There would be 8 balconies, so almost twice the size wide as that photo. So PPS 2024, land use patterns. Land use patterns shall, and here's a little bit description of the word shall. Shall means will. It doesn't mean maybe. It doesn't mean propose. It shall. It will be based on densities and a mix of uses which efficiently use land and resources while avoiding or minimizing negative impacts. So the proposal introduces measurable negative impacts. Privacy loss, 8 balconies right beside my bedroom. Shadowing, 40-foot wall to the top of the roof. Noise and activity increases, 8 balconies occupied by people at all times of the day whenever they want to. Traffic and parking pressure, of course, and these impacts are not minimized. Therefore, the proposal is inconsistent with PPS 2024. So keep in mind that shall is not an ambiguous word. It's, when they say shall, it means it will. PPS 2024 states that the land use will avoid or minimize negative impacts. Forgetting my slides here, sorry. Next on the list from the PPS 24 is density. Over intensification. To fit 14 units in an 11-meter height, the building must now occupy a much larger footprint on the lot. So the PPS connection in this is that it reduces the permeable surfaces. So you have a solid roof and parking that reduces the grass and the soil even further. On a street with known drainage issues, this massive building footprint creates more runoff than the existing infrastructure can handle. PPS 2024 encourages gentle density, but 14 units on a high-density apartment condo scale is not gentle density. An 11-meter height is designed for single-family homes and duplexes, not a 14-unit residential block. So this is a big, huge block. The real issue is not height, but intensity of use. So you'll have 14 kitchens, 14 bathrooms, well, more than 14 bathrooms, because I'm sure some of these apartments will have more than one bathroom, and over 20 residents concentrated on a single lot. This level of density will inevitably harm the surrounding neighborhood. 14 units on this lot is still out of scale with the surrounding Musquash Road fabric, which is dominated by a single detached homes on a large lot. So this building is so large that it requires the setbacks to reduce. It does not fit in there, in that area, unless you reduce the setbacks. That's like fitting a grease pig in a small car. Something's gonna stick out. And keep in mind also that the development across the street adds another 8 units to this mix. So let's talk a little bit about the District of Muskoka official plan. The plan requires that development shall not result in a negative impact on downstream water quality or quantity. It specifically emphasizes site plan control and stormwater management that mimics natural drainage. Increasing the lot coverage to accommodate 14 units creates a massive impermeable surface with the roof in the parking lot on a road which had known drainage deficiencies. This creates an immediate threat of uncontrolled runoff, potentially impacting nearby Muskoka Wharf. So if we look at the photo here, there's a big red arrow. This is in front of the mailboxes across the street. And this is actually water bubbling out from under the road. So there is a massive drainage issue there, and this needs to be addressed before anything else gets approved here. So next is a short video of the back of the lot. So this was taken this spring after most of the snow had melted. The runoff here was reduced to basically a trickle of what it was before. And every spring, the property from on top of the hill, big huge property up there, half of it drains to Musquash Road. The blue arrows indicate the paths, and these are not to scale, but that's just my drawing. I'm not a surveyor, so this is approximate location. The one on the left drains from all the properties on Revel, as well as the one on middle. The branch that goes to the right is directly to the large property on top. So this runs down to where you see the red arrow, and that red arrow indicates where water seeps into the ground and gets slowly distributed to the absorbed through the soil. So I've lived there for 20 years. I've seen this every spring. That's the same pattern. It's wet. Front view of the building, the right side where the trees are shown is a little bit deceptive here because it's out of scale and it doesn't quite show the 6 meter difference that you have in the front for the setback. So, District of Muskoka official plan says that development shall maintain the character of existing communities. That's the house just past up Musquash Road, just next to ours, Ann's house. And the development shall maintain the character of existing communities. The proposal introduces a built form that is inconsistent with existing lot patterns, building massing, and density. This represents a disruption, not evolution of the neighborhood character. So let's move on to the Town of Gravenhurst official plan. So right out of this official plan, it says that low-density residential areas are intended to be stable areas with development that is compatible in scale and form The proposal introduces mid-density building form into a stable, low-density area, undermining the intent of this designation. So the Town of Gravenhurst official plan states that development shall be compatible in height, scale, and massing. Minimize shadowing, noise, and privacy impacts. Well, 40-foot wall, 8 balconies, definitely not going to minimize any of this. Provide adequate setbacks and buffering. Well, this actually requests a reduced setbacks and buffering. So the proposal fails on all 3 counts. The height of the building will be approximately 40 feet adjacent to a low-rise home. Now, this 40 feet is subjective because the grading is still to be determined. It might be more, end up being more than 40 feet. Definitely won't be less because that would mean they'd have to dig in the ground. Buffering is not demonstrated, not possible on a 3-story building vs. a 1-story home. I'm not quite sure here how you can buffer a 40-foot building. That would mean you'd have trees that are 40 feet high or a fence that is 3 feet high. It's just does not make a lot of sense here. So it will impact privacy, noise, and visual dominance is inevitable. So on the next slide, we are seeing the proposed, where the setback, they want the setback reduced to 3.8 meters. And that's highlighted in the red circle. And supposedly where that privacy fence is located, I put some handouts out before with some pictures of the existing privacy fence that was on that property. That's, if you want to have a look at that, you'll see how much of a privacy fence that was. So this is the approximate, oops, sorry. Let me go back one here. The approximate location of the new building. And no amount of visual barrier, as mentioned in the planning report, can effectively reduce noise or increase privacy. 3-story building with 8 balconies beside my property. There's no way, no hope in hell that you can try to block this. Again, this is only 4 balconies. There would be 8 balconies overlooking our house, close enough to flick cigarette butts on our roof. Imagine the noise if somebody's having, a couple of people are having beer at the same time, the heating units, heat exchangers running at any time of the day. Keep in mind here that this is less than 4 paces away from our property line. This is extremely close. No amount of buffering, shrubs, trees, fences can help us with privacy. And this is just smoke and mirrors here. You cannot do it. So the Town of Gravenhurst official plan says that development shall occur in a logical and orderly extension of the existing build areas at a scale that is appropriately based on the availability of infrastructure and recreational services. So yes, the sewers are there, the waters are there, the water is there. That's not a problem. Recreational services, that's, I mean, you can get to the wharf, and that's not a problem. Where new development occurs adjacent to existing development, the new development shall be designed in a manner that reflects existing build form, including such matters as height, building mass, and character. Where new development proposes increases densities as encouraged by this plan, the development shall be designed to provide either a transition between existing development and new development, where practical, or design features that mitigate potential impacts between new and existing development. There's no transition. It's a solid wall, 40 feet high. No practical design features can mitigate negative impacts. I mean, it doesn't matter what kind of shrubs or trees you put there. you will not be able to mitigate these impacts. So part of the Town of Gravenhurst official plan is that the following factors shall be considered when reviewing proposals for any medium and high-density housing development. First one is compatibility with the existing land use in the immediate area, historical significance in existing buildings, and the character. Where adjacent and low-density residential areas, medium and high-density housing shall maintain lower staggered buildings profile to conform visually to adjacent building areas. If you go back to the front view of the building, that is totally different from our house and the house next door and the other houses on Musquash Road. Suitable landscaping and amenities shall be provided on site. So, oh yeah, there's a fire pit there in the architectural drawings. I guess you can consider that amenities. It's unfortunate that we have a fire ban on for most of the year. Suitable landscaping and amenities shall be provided on site. So there's no landscaping involved because the complete flat part of that lot is covered in building and parking. Landscaping is going to be non-existent except the proposed shrubs they're going to put in between the reduced setback. Close proximity to community facilities such as school, shopping, and recreational facilities. Well, school is 1.8 kilometers away, according to Google Maps. Closest grocery store is 2.1 kilometers away. The planning report states that the property should support transit and active transportation. Oh, we don't have transit. The walk scores from our house is 22 out of 100, which means you need a car. And active transportation, well, that means transportation on your own power, so you either walk, well, there's none. Let's just face it, there's no active transportation in that area. This is not consistent with PPS 2024 in direct conflict with the staff opinions as reported. So key planning conclusion, from my point of view anyways. This is inconsistent with the PPS 2024. 14 units on one lot fails the context-sensitive intensification test, removes the transition buffer to low-density residential, and causes shadowing, noise, and privacy impacts. So it also represents premature intensification. The town's 2026 capital budget funds drainage upgrades on Musquash Road, but at the other end of Musquash Road. Nothing for our end. And approving 14 units with extensive impermeables coverage before those improvements creates an unacceptable flood and stormwater risk. It does not conform to the District of Muskoka official plan. It violates the no negative impact requirement on water quality and quantity and disrupts community character contrary to section D16. It also does not conform to the Town of Gravenhurst official plan, introduces mid-density form in low-density area, fails height, setback, and buffering requirements, and does not satisfy C54, C56, or C56311 criteria. Overall, the proposal constitutes site-specific intensification without appropriate transition, with negative impacts on the infrastructure, neighborhood character, and adjacent properties. In addition, the planning report mentions that the build will be located to avoid the steep outcrop, therefore requiring setback on the western side. It's a clear indication that the build is too large for the lot and is sited to crowd our property. The planning report also mentions that the consideration be given to compatibility to existing land use, maintaining low or staggered building profile. The build does not conform to either. It is not staggered or low. On the contrary, it's a 30-foot vertical wall, 4 steps away from the property line. Contrary to the planning report, the property is not suitably sized since it does not fit on the lot without requiring setbacks. Reduced setbacks. Landscaping will be minimal for the same reason, resulting in the concrete jungle look. So here's a few points for consideration. And I'll go through these in a minute here. Lack of adequate parking, snow removal, increase of traffic, road safety concerns, changes to the character of the neighborhood, alterations to the water flow, an increase in building density, and proximity of high-density R1 zoning. So let's start with parking supply and operations. Each unit is proposed with one parking space, which does not reflect the typical multi-vehicle household needs. So if you consider today that the median income for a family in Gravenhurst, you calculate that and allot 30% for rent, that will be about $2,200 a month. So for a family to go to work, they need 2 cars. And we've touched on this before, but other people have touched on that. So you need 2 cars. We have no transit, we have no on-street parking, no public spaces. So we are just pushing this problem down the road here. 1 parking space will not work in 2026 for a building. There's just no on-street parking. We have no overnight parking on municipal lots. And parking demand exceeds, parking demand in excess of supply would likely result in on-street stopping and circulation conflicts. These conditions would place additional pressure on an already constrained road. Overall, the proposed parking supply is insufficient and would negatively impact road operations and safety. And don't forget too that we still haven't felt the effects of that 8-unit building, 8-unit apartment that was just built across the street. That's still vacant, it's still being built. There's nothing that shows us how that is going to work right now. So we're going to touch on snow removal and winter road maintenance. So snow's a fact of life around here. It snows and it's there. You can't just ignore it. Musquash Road already has existing winter maintenance constraints due to its narrow right-of-way. And regardless of whatever good people on the snowplows do, they're limited to where they can put the stuff. Winter plowing further reduces effective road width because of limited snow storage. There's times where you're not able to pass another car on Musquash Road because the snowbanks are so large. The proposed reduced road allowance setbacks would exacerbate these constraints. The development provides no adequate on-site snow storage. Again, this is supposedly going to be on a holding provision, but yeah. It's putting the cart before the horse again. This raises concerns regarding safe winter operation, plowing efficiency, and emergency access. Our fire trucks have to get up there, ambulance have to get up there, police has to get there. We have 2 school buses that go up that road, the garbage trucks, it's difficult. The planning report mentions that the visitor spaces will not be continuously used. Well, think back of need 2 cars, those spots are going to be full all the time. The planning report also mentions that sight lines will be increased with the front parking spots. It's true in summer, there's no doubt about it. But as soon as you start getting snowbanks, the sight lines will disappear and will be non-existent. And that's where your 0.6 meter setback reduction comes into effect. The proposal would intensify development. Getting ahead of myself here, sorry. Traffic generation and local road capacity. The proposal would intensify development from 1 dwelling to 14, resulting in a substantial increase in vehicular trips. The additional units would generate frequent service and delivery traffic on a local road not designed for this level of activity. Again, keep in mind that with the development across the street in front of it, The combination of the two residences would increase to not 14, but 22 units in that small area. These conditions raise concerns related to traffic flow, on-street stopping, and overall road safety. Overall, the scale of the traffic generated by the proposal exceeds what would typically be supported on a local road of this nature. So let's move on here quickly to road safety concerns. Musquash Road is a narrow roadway with limited space for vehicles to pass or pull over. Increased residential density will introduce additional vehicle, delivery, and service traffic. On-street stopping or temporary parking would obstruct traffic flow, particularly for emergency vehicles and school buses. So this is a very poor drawing that I made here with road safety concerns. So what we have here is the building with 11 parking spots on the north part of the map here. And on the bottom right, you'll see the 14 units, and then my house right beside it, separated by the property line. So you have a 7-meter wide road, 26 meters between the two driveways of the two high-density buildings, and you have 46 meters to the stop sign. So all the traffic generated that we talked about before is all going to happen in this area. So that's equivalent to 28 driveways within 74 meters of the intersection of Highway 169. 28 driveways, 28 cars, all in that small area. With this impact, the impact of that new build hasn't been felt yet. So we haven't seen the amount of traffic that's going to come out of there. But it has to be taken in consideration with the approval of the increased density of the rezoning. So in this small space, you'll have 22 Amazon drivers coming, 22 food delivery coming, 22 other couriers coming, all in that one little area. So these guys are not going to pull in the garage of the unit. The parking lot on the other side will be full of cars. They stop on the road, creating increased traffic hazards, as well as your residents driving in and out. So we've touched on this before, but now we're talking about the absence of sidewalks. So there's no sidewalks. It's not expected that sidewalks could be put in there. There's not a lot of room, but that is one of the problems that has to be considered. So changes to the character of the neighborhood. The requested zoning change for RR1 to RM1 represents a substantial change in build form and use and land use intensity. Proposed intensity may introduce a build form that is not compatible with the prevailing low-density character of the area. A shift in scale can affect streetscape function, including vehicle movements, parking behavior, and pedestrian traffic. Compatibility should be evaluated in terms of transition to surround uses and the ability of the local road network to support the change. Overall, the proposal raises compatibility concerns with the established character and function. So that's a lot of stuff, but the planning report states that the minimum setback from the side lot line is to ensure appropriate separation to minimize the impacts to neighborhood properties. It also states that it will allow for the establishment of a planting strip. What kind of planting strip will minimize the impact of a 3-story building with 8 balconies? So if anybody believes that this can, that this so-called buffer zone would have any effect on minimizing those impacts, well, you might as well believe in fairies and unicorn farts, because it does not. There's no way that can happen. It is just impossible. Plus, if you plant trees, it's going to take 30, 40 years for them to grow to that size. No visual barriers possible. A privacy fence would have to be 30 or 40 feet high. This is a smoke screen statement to minimize the impact of an unreasonable build and will not buffer anything. Heat exchanger, if heat exchanger to be used there, there'll be 14 units creating a constant noise. The statement in that report that states that separation for 4.6 to 6 meters distracts from the fact that the build is incompatible with neighborhood properties. So the planning report states that the maximum density provision is to limit impacts to neighborhood properties. It obviously does not limit impacts. It's also not sized appropriately since it has to request reduced setbacks for it to fit there. Also states that these units are designed to fit within a compact form. That's a misleading statement since it does not change the occupancy density, only the size of the apartment. You still have the same amount of occupants and vehicles, they just live in a smaller space. The building will occupy the complete flat portion of the lot, leaving only the slope back area undeveloped. So let me ask you why people move to Muskoka. People move to Muskoka to enjoy the Muskoka lifestyle. They move from Toronto. The previous slide showed the cityscape of Toronto. They want to get away from there. This is what they want. They want Muskoka. We've spent an inordinate amount of money to attract people here. For the last 20 years, how many millions of dollars and how much effort has been put to, let me get rid of these deer. They're noisy. How much money have we spent and how much effort have we put in to attract people to come to Muskoka? And all of a sudden, here comes these 14-unit apartment buildings. It just, the character of the town just changes. We're wasting our money to try to attract people here. So we all recognize the need for housing. That's not in question at all. We need housing, but we need housing to be put in an appropriate place. Trying to fit this large building at a small lot, it just does not make a lot of sense. The lot is too small, and there's too much density concentrated in a small area. So I'd just like to take a moment here to recognize the good people of Musquash, Revel, and can I get all you guys that are here to, that do not support this, this build, to stand up and be recognized. So there's a lot more people than that that wanted to come, but they have to work. Thanks. Thanks for standing up. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yeah, you're welcome. There's a lot of people that couldn't be here today because they have to work. So they have our thanks also, but unfortunately, because of the time of the meeting, they just couldn't come. Thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Okay, so I'm going to go back to members of the public. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? And I would ask that if you have anything new to add, I think the safety, the road concerns and density have been covered. So if there's anything to add further to the presentation we just heard, come on forward and. Okay. So thank you. So just so the public is aware of the how this goes from here, now will be council's opportunity to ask questions and comments. We are going to ask the manager of planning to summarize the things that he's heard. I think there was maybe some questions posed within the presentations. So he will give a summarized answers to some of those prior for questions from council, but council will not be debating this until after we deal with our new business, and that could be after this discussion. I'm going to call a quick break for council to stretch their legs, and then we'll be going into our next hearing. So, Mr. Agger, was there anything that you wanted to summarize? Oh, but I did want to say, I can't let it be known that we don't have transit in Gravenhurst. We have the direct response transit in Gravenhurst, and so that is a public transit that comes straight to your door and picks you up through an app at the district. So I think it's important that we do recognize that we do have that great service in our community. So just in case anybody's listening and doesn't know about the DRT, you can find out about it online. I just think it's important that we do recognize we have that great service in town. So, Manager Egger?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for bringing up that point as well. It was on one of my items to hit on. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the transit system as well, and just wanted to make it known that that is an option available here to all residents of Gravenhurst. Moving forward, I'll sort of generally summarize what I heard and respond accordingly. A lot of what we heard at the beginning portion, those themes can be characterized as density, walkability, proximity to Musquash Road, walking along Musquash Road, etc., the need for car dependency, things of that nature. Before we moved on to the public portion of questions, you had asked a question about the holding provision and traffic study. So again, I'll just remind council, the traffic study, the traffic impact study is a requirement of the holding provision. It's not cart before the horse. This is standard development practices for how studies are asked for at this stage of development. Notwithstanding the holding provision being lifted, they still have to go through site plan control where a number of other technical studies will be required. In addition to that, and I'm glad to see also there's a lot of interest in reading planning documents and planning policy. It's exciting. It can be some pretty laborious reading. So that was a highlight for me to see a lot of people reading. So that's great. In addition to that, our official plan though does talk about proximity being on a year-round municipally maintained road and proximity to arterial roads. That doesn't mean that arterial road is walkable. That just means having quick and close access to the road and infrastructure. Now, this council's seen other proposals for 14 units before that were in the more central downtown area, and that development only had 3 parking spaces. This development has 1 for each unit, as well as visitor parking spaces. So the connotation that each resident will be forced to walk in each direction along an unsafe road is not true. There will be the opportunity for each unit to have 1 car. And again, what an opportunity for the town of Gravenhurst to have a range of housing types and opportunities here. Not every household has 2 cars. Not every household has a car. And when you're entering the market looking for housing, understanding what services the building you're looking at and potentially renting at has to offer you is a critical component in choosing that type of housing. So if I know that I only have 1 parking space available to me, maybe I'm only a single car household, and that fits for me. Maybe I have none, and then I'm gonna take other means of transportation. I'll use the district rapid response transit, or I'll ride my bike, or I'll walk if I'm able to. But having the flexibility and knowing that there's 1 parking space for each unit, I just wanted to point that out, and also still having the flexibility for the visitor spaces in accordance with the requirements of the zoning bylaw is being met. In addition to that, comments about the drainage and the ditching and the washouts. Our infrastructure technologist did provide the comments. There is plans and requirements to remove vegetation and reestablish a suitable ditch within the municipal ditch fronting the subject property. It's understood that there's concerns in the area, and through the required engineering studies, the grading plan, and the stormwater management plan, that will all be addressed and looked at. In addition to that, there was talk about reading the provincial planning statement, the District of Muskoka official plan, the Town of Gravenhurst official plan. Again, we're looking at those different policies. Our planning reports looked at those policies as well. The provincial planning statement is a document that's supposed to be read in its entirety, not where you cherry pick specific provisions in it and try to apply it on a case-by-case basis. There's a lot of policies, and the planning report provided to council speaks to those policies in the provincial planning statement, and planning staff are satisfied that this proposal meets those policy directions set out in the provincial planning document. In addition to that too, council's aware the District of Muskoka's planning team has reviewed the application. Their role also is to review the proposal as it relates to the Muskoka official plan. Their entire planning policy shop has reviewed the proposal and is satisfied that it meets the Muskoka official plan. If it didn't, they wouldn't have recommended support of the application. They did recommend that it be approved with the standard holding provision, but they were confident in their land use planning expertise. They read their Muskoka official plan and the applicable provisions and were satisfied that the proposal meets those. In addition to that, as you're aware, we're very fortunate here to have a great planning team here too at the town of Gravenhurst. It's my professional land use planning opinion, as I gave in my presentation earlier, that the proposal conforms to the town of Gravenhurst official plan. In addition to that, there was talk about density, separations, how to screen, too big for a small site. I'd just like to say again, in the presentation we laid out, this is 47 units per hectare. The maximum is 60. So again, you in theory could add more units. This isn't the ceiling. And where could you add more units? Well, another option that we haven't talked about here is right now they're looking at a 3.8 meter side yard setback to account for that steep rock outcropping. There is no rules or provisions that that rock outcropping could not be blasted. The building could be moved, but they're trying to site the building in a way that balances both the protecting of those features and also appropriately accommodating the site. And in suggesting that that building is too big, the zoning bylaw, no matter what zone you're in, allows for a 45% lot coverage. This building represents 20.3%. So if this site was perfectly flat, you could double the size and add 5%. In addition to that, if this zone stayed R1 and a single detached dwelling was built, a 9 meter tall building could be erected at 1.3 meters from that side lot line. So we're talking about impact, again, 9 meters, not 11 meters, 1.3 meters instead of 3.8 meters in just the southwestern corner. The lot layout allows for, again, as the site moves, it gets wider at the front. Planning staff were recommending that a vegetative buffer be added there to soften the look. Again, no one's suggesting that a 40-foot high wall be built. That's not how vegetative buffers and screening look. You know, where I live, I can see my neighbor's roof, even though there's trees there. Whether it's 9 meters or 11 meters, at a 1.3 meter setback, you're gonna see your neighbor. So having 3.8 meters in that southwestern corner for this building. Also, again, the presentations that we saw today showed both the ranges of housing that the report talked about. It showed examples of single detached dwellings on the road, but it also showed 8-unit apartment buildings and 3-story high townhouses. And when we talk about compatibility, the proposal before you is in character with some of the housing options on that. Not all of it, but some of it. And that's in keeping with the character of Musquash Road. So I'll leave my comments there. I know we heard a lot of information for you. If you have any specific questions about what you heard, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, but that's kind of the high-level hits of what I heard and taken in, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you for that. I think it answered some of the questions that I had, but I'll go to members of council. Do you have any questions for either the applicant or our staff or anyone who has spoken today? Councillor Hunter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. My question is actually about the parking as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, but all of the parking units are within the garage except for the one wheelchair accessible parking? Is that correct? That's sort of what I saw. 2 of it? Plus 2 visitor. So I guess, yeah, that is, would be my main concern, would be people parking on the road and knowing how narrow that road is. I guess, where would you suggest that they do park then, if there's additional parking, like visitors coming?
Yep, certainly, great question. And yep, so it's visitor parking, there's 2 outside, 1 inside, 13 unit parking inside, and the accessible parking space outside for a total of 17. Again, we're working under the provisions, 1 parking space per unit. That's now all that we can require. In addition to that, the need for influx, I mean, maybe in holidays, holiday season, it's busy and people will plan for that. In addition to that, again, I bring up the example that we did downtown where there's 14 units and 3 parking spaces. Again, there's parking at the wharf in proximity. If I had family coming from out of town.
Okay, we're not gonna allow
again.
for shouting out. Everybody had their opportunity to speak, and now it's our turn to have a conversation, so thank you.
Sorry. Again, just to finish my point, if you're parking at the wharf, maybe if you're coming to visit, I'll come pick you up there and we'll drive back. I'm not suggesting, again, walking down the road. We've heard that that's not safe, and I'm not suggesting it is safe. But again, 5 people coming in, I have guests that I'm expecting. We could find a suitable spot to meet, and I'll pick you up. That's the least I could do.
Okay, so, Counselor, are there any other questions for the planner or for Counselor Morphy?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the manager, Ager. I see an opportunity for better drainage, better roads, better sidewalks, and it is a district road, so we have to, this project is going to move us towards, I believe, better road safety. And if that doesn't happen, it does, we'll have a lot more to say about this. But I am concerned. I did hear noise and I did hear privacy, and that is a little bit of a concern to me. Is it central air conditioning? Will they have air conditioners hanging out every, side? Like the neighbor has some legitimate concerns that I'd like to address. And all those balconies looking in his backyard, I would like that answered. If that is going to happen, I need to know that. Thank you.
Your Worship, through you to Councilor Morphy, great questions, and I'll let Mr. Veratis answer the question as it relates to the orientation of the balconies, but as it relates to the building design and the mechanical, that's all regulated through the building code, and there's separations and directions that those features have to be pointed for noise attenuation. So that would be addressed at the building permit stage and the site design through the site plan application.
I think you're the developer? Okay, great, come on up. I think there might be some more questions for you.
No problem. Thank you, Your Worship, members of the council, and Adam. I just want to say from the get-go, Gravenhurst Planning Department has been a pleasure to work with as well. They've been very informative since day one, and we've been happy to work with them on any of the recommendations. I have heard quite a few comments coming on about that. Number one, in terms of your privacy concerns, we obviously started with an initial phase working with them and had no preliminary comments on balconies and or units. Within the reasons of the OBC, if we have means to move them to the back of the property or divert anything away, we're happy to do that. There are some balconies. The intention is to have that face. There will be some middle units where it'll be difficult to move those balconies away. However, the ones towards the back and the front, if we have the opportunity during the SPA building permit, we're happy to move those to different locations to help divert privacy issues.
Okay, great. So did that answer your question, Councillor Morphy, as far as, yep, okay. Councillor Strength?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Sorry, that was really fast, and I was questioning, on this side of the table, we were wondering, the last gentleman was talking about the 8 balconies. I can't come up with the 8 balconies on the drawing. So that's a first question. And then I have a second question, if I can just put it out there.
Okay, so I think we answered the balcony question. Okay.
So then my second question is the height. The 11 meters is measured from the peak of the roof. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the building, this is my question. Where is the 11 meters being measured from? It's the actual wall is considerably less than the height of 11 meters, if I could get that clarified.
Yeah, that's correct. Do you mind pulling up the elevation? No problem. And to clarify the balconies, it was a preliminary point, and just for the purpose of showing that we wanted every resident to have a balcony, except for on the one side where it's difficult to do smaller units in the corner. So it was just simply a layout to show our intention of putting them there. During that permitting phase, and again, through further consideration with the city, we can move those around as they're not fixed points. So the ones at the front are positioned facing outwards. There will be along the middle of the building. The units do split like this, so there will be a few that will have to point out that way, or those residents would lose their balcony entirely. There is one towards the back at the corner. That would be one we could potentially shift to the other side of the unit and eliminate some of those concerns. In terms of the elevation itself, you can see that it is taken, I believe it's off the midpoint, is that correct? Yeah, so it's off the midpoint, so the walls are actually lower. In addition, there were some comments we heard about where that height would be taken from. Our intention, pending the recommendations of professional engineers, and again, building code and municipal recommendations, are to stay as low as we can. I'd also like to further point out that we are the lowest property on the road in terms of everything sloping away, with our closest neighbor being, I would roughly approximate around 2 meters higher than us before we get to that point. So based on Adam's earlier comments, is even if we did a single family building, there would be the capability to go up to 40 units in there within current zoning and at a much closer point. Our main goal was to avoid the rock face, as he mentioned earlier, and keep things as tight as we could in consideration with the surrounding area and neighborhood. And we're happy to comply with Gravenhurst professional engineer recommendations and consultants along the way.
Councillor Varney?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. My question is, are these 1 and 2 bedroom units? And is this geared towards just adults, or is it geared towards families as well? Thank you.
So during consideration through it, is we were under the impression that there's a need for all types of units in Gravenhurst. So we did a relatively split mix. The majority of them will be predominantly 1 bedroom, and where possible, we'd like to do 1+ den to encourage a little more space. There will be a 3-bedroom unit in there, and I don't have the exact count handy, but at least 2 2-bedroom units in there as well. In addition to a accessible 1-bedroom unit on the ground floor.
Okay, before I go back to Councillor Strength, does anybody else have any questions for anybody? Okay, Councillor Strength?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I have a question for our staff, either for Mr. Ager or for Ms. Halford. At what point in an existing neighborhood does density come into play? This neighborhood has been growing and growing and growing and growing over the course of the last 20 years. At what point does the growth have an effect on the infrastructure that's out there? When does a new sidewalk come into play? When does the mailbox that's in the way need to be, I know that's a federal thing, but when does that need to be considered and repositioned to a more appropriate spot? When does all of those things make a consideration for some of the suggestions that the neighbors have been discussing?
Director Halford, you can take that one?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And Mr. Ager, if I miss anything, please jump in. So I think it comes into play now, and as we work through the infrastructure's capital improvement plans that that council reviews every year. So I'll say, as we review a site-specific application like this, storm sewer or drainage, connection to water and sewer, lighting, all those kind of things are all dealt with on the site. But then taken into consideration is the surrounding area and the impact it would have on the surrounding area. Hence why a traffic study is being required, because they anticipate the amount of traffic that is going to be generated by this, keeping in mind the new development across the street and the other development up the street. They look at all of that, put the numbers in, use scientific data that is not my area of expertise, and come out with recommendations for improvements. So to a certain extent, what can be done at the time of the development, or what needs to be done in order to facilitate the development, is dealt with now. But that is why 10-year capital plans come forward, and our official plan outlines, and we're going to be going through this for those in the audience. We're about to embark on our official plan review and looking at what we want the community to look like, what amenities we want to have, what type of services, or where we want that development to be, and how we want to grow in the future. That's coming up, so stay tuned. Follow along on our website. So the capital plan then looks at all of the growth that's anticipated in the area and plans for that appropriately. As well as where water and sewer infrastructure is. The district does capital planning for that as well. So it's happening at the same time, like at the site-specific level, but also long-term. And that's why we have all of those departments providing comments on these applications, because they look and see how it's going to fit in with the other plans and make sure that it's not going to, for example, this isn't going to overwhelm the water and sewer plants. That's why they have to do the modeling, to make sure that there's enough capacity in the water and sewer plants. And then they keep tracking models at the district to know when they need to expand that water and sewer. Same thing with roads, same thing with the drainage infrastructure. So it's happening concurrently. Does that answer your question?
Okay, I'm going to go over to Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. In this proposal, it says permit a maximum of 14 dwelling units. Is that, this is for the developer, is it like 14 or you're walking, or are you willing to consider lowering that number if that's the will of council, if that's something we decide at the debate stage? Is it?
Thank you for your question. I'd just like to point out that there is a big push for affordable housing and rental units from Canada abroad. That being said, there is considerable costs involved in consulting, professional designs, engineering, all the things we are happy to oblige with. And on top of that, a large amount of development charges that benefit the city of Gravenhurst. So due to the sheer amount required in there, it is a big venture in terms of cost. I am one person just trying to start something here, so it would make a massive difference in what we're doing, and this is something that I hope to be able to continue doing into other buildings successfully, so it would go a long way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Varney?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I think my question is very similar. Because of all the stories we've heard today about the dangers for the kids walking, bicycling, and I do know that corner, which I know is very busy. And that was my question, is if it comes back from district that they feel that this is too many for this building, for that, because of the building that's going on the other side as well, I can see it being a very, very busy corner accident to wait to happen type of corner. Would you consider dropping the number down so that it wasn't quite so busy? Because I know we need the housing, absolutely, and I hate to say no to this development, but I just have a feeling that this, like, do we need a stoplight? Do we need sidewalks? Do we need bumps on the road or something to slow traffic down so that there is not an accident in that area? Thank you.
So I'm going to go to Manager Ager, because I think this is what the holding provision is for. So Manager Ager?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Varney. So that's exactly right. So again, with the holding provision, the district in principle is satisfied with the 14 units. If the modeling for water and sewer comes back and says 14 units won't work here, we need to do upgrades, then upgrades happen. It's not a we reduce the number of units and don't do the upgrades. It's this is the work that needs to happen and has to happen to allow the 14 units to occur. The same goes for traffic. So if they look at 14 units and the impacts on traffic and the intersection of that road being in close proximity and outline any sort of upgrades that need to happen, those upgrades have to happen to make it safe for those 14 units to be there. If they don't, those 14 units can't happen. And again, it's not a sliding scale where they could say, we'll just do 6 and we'll not do the upgrades.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? Councillor Jorgensen, you got in there just now.
Just quickly, and I recognize that, we're looking at doing a traffic study, but I do think that the walkability in the area in general is not limited. The problem is not limited to this project. So I'm wondering how we go about addressing that issue, because I think it is a major issue. And I think Director Halford already suggested that, as part of capital planning, we look at these things, but how do we get that moving ahead? And I think it is relevant to this
Well,
particular
I
project.
think it's relevant in general, but not specific to this.
Exactly.
I think,
But this,
so
but this
I would.
project is a part of the whole community. I think it
Yeah.
is relevant.
Well, I would suggest, we dust off the active transportation study and we look at that. But if that's something that you want to do, I would suggest that you bring a motion forward to ask staff to direct and look at what it is that we are doing and where the gaps are. I can tell you that the Trails Committee is working on some of these trails, sort of like the urban pathways and things like that. There's lots of things going on, and I know Accessibility Committee talks about, continuity and sidewalk continuity. So there's work to do for sure, but I don't want to get bogged down with this. So did you want to expand on that? Okay, does that suffice? So if you wanted to bring something forward to direct specific on that, then you could bring that in a notice of motion? Okay. I'm just going to go to my question. Councillor Cairns, I do see you have one, but I've been wanting to ask this to the developer. So we've heard a lot about parking. So knowing that, I mean, you will be able to control your tenants to a certain degree and decide who are the best fit for your community that you're building and moving into. You're not going to rent to, a mother and father and, 2 teenage boys that have 4 cars. I mean, you're going to sort of make sure that the tenants are suitable for the space you have to offer. I think that would, it'd save you a lot of headaches as somebody who is managing a building complex as well. So what is your plans around that? So we've heard, everybody has 2 cars. Are you just going to say, if you have 2 cars, this is not the fit for you? Like what avenue would you take on that?
As we get going, I would be able to more finally discuss my plans up, but what I can tell you is that this is not something that is a in and out venture. It's something that is developed for long term that I would like to be a part of for 50 years plus. So that being said, I want to do everything in my power to make this a successful, prosperous venture for the neighborhood, for Gravenhurst, for myself, for my family. So that being said, when it comes to those, again, I always rely on professionals, professional engineers, planning departments. I have full intentions of having licensed realtors assist me with the process of vetting tenants and bringing in good people to the community to the best of my intention. And that being said, parking would absolutely be a consideration. It might not be the best fit for everybody, it might be for some. We have limited parking, that'll be clearly advertised, that'll be something that we are aware of and we broadcast, and I'm still confident these buildings will fill up with families and single people that need these spaces and will use it effectively.
Okay, Councillor Cairns, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment or question in regards to the district's active transportation plan. And Your Worship, you spoke about trails, but also I believe that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, or I would like to get some answers from the district in regards to bike trails or bike paths along Highway 169. I believe Councillor Morphy has inquired several times, and they have started to do some bike paths along there, which would help with some active transportation. So I wondered if the district would be able to comment at some point on their plans to extend the bike paths, which would help quite a bit, I believe.
Okay, I guess I'll put that to staff. I mean, I think that sort of goes in with Councillor Jorgensen's point is we're talking about a more broader thing. This is site-specific, so I just want to stay on track with that, but point taken. Okay, is there anybody else who have any questions from council to staff or the applicant or anyone who's spoken? Okay, Mr. Agar, as a result of these proceedings, are there any recommendations you'd like to make to council?
Your Worship, as detailed in the staff report in my presentation this afternoon, staff would recommend the application be approved.
Okay, the bylaw will be considered by council later this afternoon. If there are no further questions, then I declare this public meeting to be concluded. So just as a reminder to the members of the public that are here, we do have another public meeting coming up. I am going to call a 10-minute recess. Oh, my clerk is saying 15, because maybe some staff want to grab something to eat. So we will be back here at 5:15 and move into public meeting number 2. Okay, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. It is public meeting number 2. I now declare this portion of the meeting to be a public meeting to deal with application number ZA07-2026 for the Sargent Company Limited. I will now ask the Manager of Planning Services to please summarize the purpose and effect of the proposed bylaw and provide any additional information and correspondence relevant to the application. Mr. Egger?
Thank you, Your Worship. The subject property is located on Winhara Road. The property is designated Airport Industrial Area in the Town of Gravenhurst official plan and is zoned Rural Industrial M2. The property is currently the site of the Sargent Fuel Company depot and includes fenced area containing large fuel tanks, small tanks, and fuel delivery trucks. There are also on-site fuel pumps. There are 2 existing buildings, one of which is the office for Maystad's mobile mechanic service. There is also an outdoor area with rental equipment, including trailers and mini excavators. The property is flat with some mature trees along the boundaries, which effectively screen the property from Highway 11. The application was submitted in order to permit a heavy vehicle maintenance and repair services on the subject property. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment will include motor vehicle repair station as a permitted use to the existing M2 provisions. So this would also then still include light industrial, sale and storage of bulk fuels, and sale, rental, storage of service tools, and industrial or farm equipment. So again, the motor vehicle repair station would be in addition to the permitted uses, and no changes on site are anticipated. For zoning bylaw purposes, a motor vehicle repair station is defined as a commercial establishment where mechanical repairs and maintenance are performed on vehicles. This may include electrical work, glass replacement, and vehicle inspection station. The applicant has stated that permitting heavy vehicle maintenance and repair services at the existing facility will ensure they can meet the evolving needs of the local client base while optimizing the current facility. With respect to agency comments, the chief building official, deputy fire chief, infrastructure technologist, parks and trails technician, the manager of revenue, and District of Muskoka all indicated no objection with the proposal. 3 letters of support were also received from members of the public and provided to council for their information and review. So this is then moving on to site photos. This is standing back on the property looking northwest across Winhara Road to Kubota and the entrance of Basque Insulation. This is turning around looking south on the property. True North Log Homes production facility is on the right. On the same side of the road, additional propane business adjacent with a cement plant beyond. This is then looking at the property from Winhara Road. Again, the mechanic area or mechanic shop, you can see the Maystad's logo on the building there. That is the building in question, which is currently being used for the use, and the zoning bylaw would have the purposes of permitting that use within the building and the operation to continue. This is then another vantage point, and then you can see the large fuel tanks on the right-hand side and the building in question on the left. Another angle, and again, you can then see the fuel trucks associated with the fuel business. And then lastly, there's also the availability for you to get fuel on the property, and you can see smaller propane tanks on the right-hand side of your screen. And then this is the office for that fuel sales. As detailed in the staff report, it's the opinion that the application is consistent with the provincial planning statement, conforms to the official plan, is appropriate, and represents good planning. As a result, staff are recommending the application be approved, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant or agent here for presentation? Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, council, public, Madam Mayor. So yeah, we're a facility. It's the Sargent Co. parking lot, and there's 3 lots. So lot 3 and 4 is the rental lot for Maystad Mobile Mechanical Services, as well as Maystad Trailer Rentals. So the trailer rentals that you saw on the outside, that's where those are stored. They're always stored in the outside parking lot. And then our heavy machine equipment. So we're currently zoned for heavy machine equipment. We were under the impression, and M2 also zoned us for heavy truck repair. So when the shop is existing, it's already been there. So when my boss, the owner, Dennis Maystad, went into the location, everything set up. There's no drains, everything's good for drainage, for all of the oils, and he was under the impression that we could do that. So right now, we were the mobile mechanic services and heavy Freightliner trucks. Any of the big trucks, sometimes it's hard to do that in the middle of the street. You might break down on the highway, and now you've got a gas leak, you've got oil, you've got multiple hydraulic problems, and it's spilling all over everywhere, basically, all for the public. So we now have the location of the shop. So if it's something that is going to cause a problem on the road, it needs to come into the shop, we have the facility to do it. We're able to do that and not affect the public, we're not affecting the wastelands, everything's maintained around there. It's already a fuel station, it's already got, we've already got major trucks coming in 24/7 anyway onto the road, so we're not adding any additional transport. And our current clients that we do service, it would be beneficial to them for our bigger customers. We have VistaCare Communications, Avenir Energy, we work with Patty Mac, a lot of local construction companies that have these huge trucks, dump trucks, Muskoka Stone, there's many of them, and they have said that it would also be beneficial for us to be able to have the correct zoning. And the reason we want the correct zoning is to continue to do what we've been doing and also operate a drive-on center. So a drive-on center is when our vehicles are in getting all of their services, they then can also get the inspection done with us. And in order to become a drive-on center, we need the zoning amendment changed because they're saying we technically don't have it. So that's what this is for.
Perfect. But I didn't get your name and mailing address.
Sorry. I'm so
It's been a long evening.
My name is Charlotte Toomey. My mailing address would be P.O. Box 373, and that's in Bala, POC 1AO.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there any members, are you all wrapped up?
I think so.
Okay, great. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this application? Okay, seeing none. Council, are there any questions or comments for, our staff or the applicants? Councillor Cairns?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I just want to say that this is really great. I didn't know all of that existed out there until just recently. I've been driving. I didn't realize you could get gas there. I try to take Winhara Road quite frequently to stay off the highway, and it's very nice to see that we have a big industrial business in the town, and I think it's awesome. So.
And I mean, as of right now, like we kind of did some research, and there's nothing like that in Gravenhurst. There's quite a few in Bracebridge, yes, but nothing in the Gravenhurst area. So, you're welcome.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? We're on the move, telling you. We're, we're the place to be, so, yeah. Okay, thanks for your presentation. I was going to call you Councillor Agger. No, you don't want that. You don't know. Nobody wants that for you, Adam. Manager Agger, is there a recommendation that you would like to make?
Your Worship, as detailed in the staff report, staff would recommend the application be approved.
Okay, I now declare this meeting, public meeting, to be concluded. If there are no further questions, we will be considering the bylaw later this afternoon, so thank you. Okay, so that brings us to our deputations. And so we are going to go to Mr. Cook. Come on up. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to the chair and the planning committee members for the chance to hear my entrance property problem. Thanks goes to the planning staff and their cooperation and their guidance. Much thanks. I am Godfrey Cook, POPOG1, and I'm the owner of the adjacent lands to the old Township Road, which its status should be changed. The original road, I should go back and say, we're talking to the Township of Ryde. We're part, and yeah, out towards Barkway, if you like. The original road was constructed so that to avoid a high rock, and so the pioneers could get around to their neighborhood, so they dodged through our property. Sometime in the 1960s, the road was aligned to existing paved roads, so it just goes straight through now, the district road. That would have been a good time to close the old road and give it or sell it to the adjoining owners at a minimum cost. Being a township road, the town has due diligence to maintenance on it. Nothing has ever been done for the last 30 years, and I have. I've done this. I've kept the ditches open. I'm considering $100 for 30 years. That's $3,000. I've added material to the surface of the road. $100 for 30 years is $3,000. I've cut and cleared the natural growth along the road, $100 for 30 years. Surveying costs to define the road's limits and on a registered plan, $15,000. A grand total of $24,000. We are the adjoining owners to this 99% of this land. And as such, we believe the road should be closed and offered to us at minimum price. So doing would eliminate any liability that the town has. For us, the road would not be a great benefit, except it would clear up once and for all the east half of the property. I humbly ask for your consideration, the existing facts, so that we both can put this property issue to rest. I thank you to all the staff and your committee for my patience in hearing me out. Thank you.
So, don't run away, Mr. Cook. There may be some questions for you, but I'm going to just ask staff the question. I think all of us are thinking, are we just looking to declare this surplus? What's the recommendation?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. So Mr. Cook came to Committee of Adjustment earlier this year, and a few members around the table will remember the application to create a new lot. And through that process, the Infrastructure Department provided comments on his application and laid out a couple of different options. One was to address this unopened piece of road, and I've just kind of sent some drawings over, so maybe they could potentially go on screen to go up, hard to say. While that's maybe happening, one of the options was do a number of engineering and infrastructure upgrades. Alternatively, if Mr. Cook owned the property or owned that unopened road allowance, it became his, he would no longer be required to do so. After the meeting, Mr. Cook met with planning staff and was explained what the process was for declaring a surplus and the costs associated with that. And then when there was the conversation about expenses that he's incurred and the potential for the request to waive the application fees or reduce the cost of what that land is, that's beyond the purview of what planning staff can help administer. So from my understanding, I believe Mr. Cook here is today to, similar to other types of requests we've seen before council where it's not within the purview of staff, Mr. Cook's asking for a reduction in fees, I'm assuming for both the application and it sounds like for the portion of the road as well. Not to put words in his mouth, but that would be my understanding of the situation. And as you can see now quickly on, sorry, I turned my microphone off, on screen here. So this is a piece of property he owns. He owns part 1 and 2. And Madam Clerk, are you able to scroll up slightly? So there you go. This is so he owns part 4 as well. And this piece is what he's looking to have become his. So that paints a little bit more clear picture for everyone around the table to understand the situation and what he's looking for. You've heard from him today about his uptake over the years, and if you have any questions for him, please ask, but that's my understanding of what he's here for today is a reduction in fees for the application and the cost of the land.
Okay, so that makes a little more clear for me as far as what advice I could give you. So as per our general practice, we, when a deputation comes, we ask you questions, and then we will either request staff to come back for us to know how much it would normally cost, like what are the fees that you are requiring to be, like, because that, obviously, when we make exemptions to the rules, then we worry that that will apply then to everyone. So I would suggest that a member of council, or I'm looking around the table here, if someone wants to ask for staff direction to bring back some information on this request, then that would be an appropriate way. But we won't be able to tell you right at this moment if that's the case, because we don't know what the implications are for that. So we've heard your request, and I will leave it with my fellow council members to bring something forward. And we'll let you know.
That's it.
Yeah. Yep, so somebody will respond to you. Councillor Jorgensen, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just want to just follow up on your comments there. I mean, I would like to find out from staff, obviously, what would the cost associated with this be. We did see this at Committee of Adjustment, and I think it's fair to say that the members of the committee as well were sympathetic to Mr. Cook's problem here, in that, you know, this was done, this is one of those things, it's just been long-standing, as he said, it dated back to the days when it was the Township of Ryde, you know, when they realigned Doe Lake Road. So it goes back a long time, and I know that the feeling around the members of the Committee of Adjustment were, well, why wasn't this dealt with properly at the time? But I would like to ask if there's a will among.
So are you moving
councillors.
to,
I would like
are
to
you
move
moving
I'd
to
like to
ask
hear-
for a report on the subject?
Yes, just. You know,
Okay, so
what the-
Councillor Strength, I see you nodding your head because you heard the story at Committee of Adjustment, not story, you heard
Yep.
but we still will hear, we still won't hear what staffs have to say tonight.
That's right.
So you may have to come and spend another evening with us, Mr. Godfrey. Or you could also watch
We'll have
from.
to give them time to go do.
Or you could watch from the comfort of your home, which is probably what I would have done.
My grandfather had that property, I got that property, and I've been there on that property for 30 years, and I enjoy that property. And, you know, just this obstacle would clear up things for both of us.
Okay, so, yeah, so we will discuss it. Do you have a motion here? It is moved by Councillor Jorgensen and second by Councillor Strength. Be it resolved that the deputation from G. Cook regarding the Old Town Road be received for information, and that council direct administration to report back on the sale of lands, options, and associated fees for the noted property. So, council, please vote on that. You got what you're after today. We'll see if, we'll see where you get the next time. Okay. So our next deputation is A. King from Gravenhurst Farmers Market Cooperative, Inc.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council.
Oh, sorry, Audrey, I will just remind you, you have 10 minutes.
Okay, it's quick. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this matter to your attention. My name is Audrey King, and I am the market manager presenting to you on behalf of the Gravenhurst Farmers Market. This is Wendy Forsyth, current chair of the Gravenhurst Farmers Market. I am here to respectfully request a temporary exemption to the town sign bylaw 23-031. This exemption would allow the market to place a limited number of lawn signs on Wednesdays to help advertise that the market is open, along with its location and hours of operation. The Gravenhurst Farmers Market is a long-standing community gathering place that supports local farmers, artisans, and small business. Each week, the market supports approximately 68 full-time and 20 guest vendors and attracts between 25 and 5,000 visitors weekly, contributing to local economic activity tourism in Gravenhurst, and community vibrancy as per the town's strategic plan. Clear temporary same-day signage plays an important role in helping both residents and visitors locate the market and contributes directly to vendor success and overall community participation. We are requesting permission to place signs in up to 8 locations within the town of Gravenhurst. A map of the requested sign locations, along with a sample of the proposed signage, has been included in your handout today. All signs will be placed prior to market opening and removed by 3 p.m. after the market closes. We are committed to ensuring the signs are well-maintained, safely placed, and do not interfere with traffic, visibility, or pedestrian access. We are also open to any conditions council may wish to impose to ensure compliance and consistency with municipal standards. We respectfully ask for your consideration of this request to support local business and community engagement. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. Counselor, are there any questions for the applicant or the deputant? Counselor Cairns?
Thank you, Worship, and through you. I don't have any really questions. I know that this is coming up 3 times today in regards to this, and I think that we, as the town, need to look at our sign bylaw a little bit more and clearly recognize the fact that definitely people are, different businesses are looking for, the sign exemption. So I would definitely say that we need to look at the policy, but at this point, I would like to say that I think it's important that we pass this today and that we, pardon?
Yeah, I was going to say, we're at the deputation stage, so I'll ask that you just have questions right now.
I'll hold my comments then
Okay.
till the next part.
Okay,
Thank you.
so this is specifically, we are going to have opportunity to discuss the question before us, but are there any further questions? Councillor Jorgensen?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just, Audrey, I'm just curious what other marketing things you do other than put signs up?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Jorgensen. We use social media, we use, and just refer to my points here. We have used social media, we have signs within the market space, we have, what other?
We use Facebook and Instagram. We have used the radio in the past.
A banner on the fence.
We've requested a banner on the fence, which has been accepted, and I was made aware that there's going to be a new space down in Kinsman Park, and we've been given the opportunity to perhaps advertise there. We have rack cards that we hand out to all of our vendors who, and we share those rack cards with Rosso Farmers Market. So they have one side, we have the other. Audrey in the past has gone around the lake and dropped off at bed and breakfasts and places like the Cranberry Marsh, places that other people will go as tourists. And I think that's about it. Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions? I have one. So I would suggest you have one of the most well-visited farmers markets in Muskoka, for sure, if not somewhere in the province. Like, you really have a good thing going there. So what do you think will change by these signs? So what do you think will improve? Because I think you do a great job. I mean, everybody knows where the farmers market is. I haven't experienced it when it hasn't been jam-packed. So what's the end goal here?
Well, to you, Madam Mayor, we have, in the last month, an article came out from Brent Cooper in Muskoka 411, and a lot of people are still very confused as to where we are and who we are with our move to Gull Lake. Some people are hoping that we go back to the wharf. And when this article came out, we got several emails saying, oh, that's great, you're coming back to the wharf. And then on the other hand, we'd get comments that, that we wish you'd stay up at the park. So that would just kind of clarify things for us. It will get anybody that is perhaps just driving through town for the day. And it's just gonna, you know, it's not gonna harm us, it's gonna help us. And in previous years, I've gone around to business owners in town, and they've indicated to me that their business is so much better on Wednesdays because of the location of where the market is now. So we just want to draw more attention to the market. We love it at the park, and we're happy there. And, with Bay and Beyond, it kind of affected us a little bit, but we just want everybody to know that we are there and we're open for business, and we welcome everybody that comes through Gravenhurst.
If I may also add to you, Madam Mayor, it's like any business, you're always looking for new customers. You can't rest on the existing ones, or that people know that you're there. You always want to catch the attention of the people coming through town, or new people moving into town. So it's really important that we're always looking forward.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any other questions? Okay, so this is going to become up for discussion. As you know, we have 3 of these requests before us today, which actually, while I've got you, I've got a question. I've got a question for you. Are you the least bit concerned that, we have 3 markets like in front of us all asking for the same thing? Do you think that maybe that's going to cause more confusion to the situation rather than, like I said, you're a well-established, I realize it's only your 3rd year at the park going in, but are you the least bit concerned that people are going to go, oh, what market is that? And what day is that? And show up at the park, even though it's down at the wharf and things like that? Has that thought occurred to you? Because when I see the 3, that's what makes, it's actually a concern, is people aren't going to know what's going on where. So has that thought occurred to you at all with you may not have known that the other 2 were asking for signs, but certainly it might change how you look at it.
Yeah, to you, Madam Mayor, I would say, yeah, I was very surprised today when I actually looked at the agenda, but I am surprised, but I'm not. I think the Gravenhurst Farmers Market pretty much speaks for itself. We've got new banners and new signs, and we've got a nice website, and we're trying to do some branding. So hopefully our signs, as soon as somebody sees the few market tents and the tall trees in our branding, that they'll know that that's who we are.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll see you soon. When's open? You might as well get a plug-in while you're here. When's opening day?
June 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. Okay, so there's no more questions, and then we are going to continue through our agenda here. So you can grab a seat, and then we're going to debate the next 3 things. So you can relax, or you can go home and have some dinner, or do what it is that you want to do. So thanks for coming. We appreciate you coming. Okay. Okay, before I read the next item, I'm going to have, as I said, there are 3 items on the agenda today around this. So we are going to go to our director for a brief overview of where we're at.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, through you to Planning Council. So given the number of requests and the type that are before you this evening, I just thought it might be helpful to provide a bit of background about what's led to this, and just so that you have that information top of mind. So as some of you may recall, being on previous councils, council directed staff to develop a comprehensive sign bylaw back in December of 2015, with the passing of a motion that stated that a sign bylaw was needed to address confusion, clutter, aesthetics, and public safety, where there was no sign bylaw up until that time. And it's my understanding that since signs were being increasingly installed all over town, hydro poles along roadways, on the sides of buildings, And lots were ending up in ditches and roadsides. So much so, in fact, that I understand from talking to my colleagues that there was honking and cheering from passersby, from the public, every time a staff member went out and took down the signs after the bylaw was passed. It happened on a number of occasions because people were excited to see the signs coming down and everything getting cleaned up. So there was a significant amount of positive feedback at the time and newspaper articles to that effect. So over the course of the next 2 years, so after that December motion that council passed in 2015, over the next 2 years, staff brought forward a number of draft bylaws, staff reports, and held a number of working sessions with council to inform the development of the bylaw. And extensive public engagement and outreach was also conducted during that time, multiple public meetings to ensure that the bylaw reflected the needs and wants of council as well as the wider community. So in late 2017, the final bylaw was approved by council, and although there have been some housekeeping updates and the bylaw number has changed now, the bylaw that's enforced in effect today remains quite similar to that original bylaw. Incidental signs, which is what the 3 applications that are before you this evening, have never been permitted in the town's bylaw on town property. They're permitted on a private property, a couple of them, but not along town properties or along town roadways. As you know, over the last couple of years, there's been an increasing number of requests for council to consider exemptions to the sign bylaw. And the historical approach to dealing with these requests, as with any request for any exemption to any bylaw, is to have folks, for example, Mr. Cook coming in today, he wanted an exemption from the fees bylaw, right? So he came in and made a deputation to you. So the standard process is that they come in and make a deputation and request an exemption. With the increased number of requests, council asked staff to develop a formal process so that you had information before you and an application before you, details, a staff report, so that it wasn't kind of the cart coming before the horse, coming to talk about it and then getting the details later. So there was the nominal fee imposed, the request is submitted, staff write a background report outlining the situation, and then the applicant can present their case to council. And council has all the information in front of them to make an informed decision. So we have 3 before you this evening, one of which is for an organization that was granted an exemption for incidental signs, but only for last year. And they're back now. And then the other 2 are new. So when we get to those, staff are here and happy to answer any questions. And Manager Ford will give a brief summary of which market's asking for which. And I hope that was helpful, just to give you the chronology so that it's top of mind.
Okay, so you'll be around for questions, but I am going to get this on the table, and then I'll go to Manager Ford. Thank you for being here with us this evening. It is moved by Councillor Jorgensen, second by Councillor Strength. Be it resolved that report number DEV RE Gravenhurst Farmers Market sign bylaw exemption be received and that the exemption to the sign bylaw be approved. Manager Ford?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to the rest of council. As Director Halford said, I do have some background with each of these sign exemptions. The first one being Gravenhurst Farmers Market sign bylaw exemption. So as you'll recall, Gravenhurst Farmers Market is applying for an exemption under bylaw 2023-031, specifically to section 4, subsection 4.1, for the non-permitted use of incidental signs. As they reported to you in their deputation, they are looking for a maximum of 8 incidental wireframe corrugated face signs to be placed in specific locations throughout the town. The market will be running each Wednesday between June 3rd, it's obviously May 3rd and October 7th. The market organizers are proposing to place these signs on the Wednesday morning of each event and then be removed no later than 3 p.m. on the same day. The signs will not impede the flow of traffic or be placed within a sight triangle.
And just to supplement that, in this case and in the other two cases, staff are not recommending approval of the, because it doesn't comply with the sign bylaw. So that's why it's before you today.
Sin?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is this is a difficult one for me, all three of these, because, actually, I heard Audrey say, like any other business, we want to try and get more customers. And to me, this is the big issue, that this is any other business. All of these are businesses that are going to be before us today. And, I believe that we're on the right track with the, specifically these incidental signs in the sign bylaw. We don't want any business advertising, oh, I've got a buy one, get one sale. I want to put signs up all around town for it. I think that's the last thing we want to see going on here. The notion of the bylaw in particular, one of the important things is to reduce clutter, keep the town looking good. I quite frankly am not sure how much more business this brings in to the farmers market. If it's only on the day of the market going up, people are probably coming to the market already before they're going to see the sign. They're aware that the market is there. As Your Worship has said, the market has a fantastic reputation. The problem, of course, is, by turning this down, people the general public may think that we are against, business, which is not the case at all. I think we have got the sign bylaw in place because we want to actually improve the look of the town, which I think lifts up all businesses in the town. So I am not going to be supporting these on that principle, because it's difficult for me to say yes to this business and no to all these other businesses. So I'm going to try and be consistent, and I'm personally going to say no to these applications today.
I'll remind councillors that you don't have to support something that you move. The movers are pre-assigned. Councillor Morphy?
I'll defer to Councillor Strength. She seconded. I'll go after her. I pushed too fast.
No, I'm going to stick with you, Councillor Morphy.
Sorry, through Your Worship. I just wanted to address Councillor Jorgensen's comment about not knowing. I have had islanders and people from Bala and people that come by boat to the wharf. They've come to the farmers market. They think it's gone. And they think it's gone. They don't know it's been relocated. So all that tourism from Bala, from the Port Carlinks, now, can they walk from the wharf to the market without, a valid transfer system? Maybe not. But they might know the next week that they could drive to the market, that it still exists. But there's a ton of people that don't know it's over there.
Councillor Strength?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I would suggest that the sign bylaw is working. I feel that people are more mindful of their positioning when they have to come and ask for an exemption. The businesses are mindful of where they're putting them. They're not slapping them all over town. They're not putting them on hydro poles. They're asking for exemptions and paying attention and strategically placing the signs that they feel that they need. Am I crazy about them? No. Do I feel that it does a little bit for their enthusiasm? Yes. So I believe that the bylaw is working because all of that pollution that used to be on the hydro poles and used to be kicking around in the ditches is gone. We did the garbage cleanup last week. We didn't find any signs. So I feel like it's working. But I'm also of the opinion that if they adhere, and they've proven to us last year that they are placing them and taking them away when they said they would. They're paying attention to what they say that they'll do. Are you saying no to me?
I'm saying that they've never asked for them before. We're talking about specifically about the farmer's market.
Okay. Well, I think that they're pretty stand-up people, that they will adhere to what they say they'll do, that they'll place them in the morning and take them away in the afternoon. So I will be supporting the exemption to the market. And I feel like everybody else is probably going to adhere to what they've promised as well.
Councillor Hunter?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. I agree with what Councillor Jorgensen said, that these are businesses and that we do need to be prepared that other businesses will come forward and say, I'm having a blowout sale and I want to put signs up too, or, we're hiring and I want those signs. We need to be prepared for that. I do think probably an amendment needs to be done. Someone needs to bring something forward. I agree with Councillor Strength that I like the bylaw as it stands because it does bring people in to actually request. But I also agree with Councillor Strength that I am going to support this because I do feel that we will be seen as anti-business, and we want to do everything we can to try to support these businesses. We will need to be prepared that anyone else can and will probably come forward. It may be confusing, as the mayor had suggested, that there's 3 different markets. I'm very torn on it. I don't want the litter all over the place. This is same day. They're removing it. It's a tough one. It really is a tough one because, I like that we have this in place. This structure is working, but I will be supporting this today.
I put up my own hand. I just wanted to ask a question to staff. Well, it's been tweaked, the question for me. What overrides? So we allow a certain amount of signs for our events. So if our signs for events are in certain places and then these markets want to go in certain places, who gets what? Who has the priority? So we do, when somebody comes for an event and pays big money to rent one of our facilities, they are permitted signs. So who gets the right of way on the corner? Because like Tall Pines gets them, the boat show gets them. There's a few that I assume that the high traffic areas are permitted. Those are the ones where they want the signs. So is there a conflict there as to who has the sign right of way when somebody is paying for the permit, because they do get signs with that permit?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to the rest of council as well. You're correct. There is definitely going to be times throughout the summer months that there is overlap between events that have come forward to you in a report and that council have passed through that report that we don't necessarily have the right to turn down from bylaw services or review even. But we have started working closely with the events coordinator. They also are now starting to have site plans as well. And so with that, we're trying to assist with sign pollution and the multiple signs being placed in one spot. However, there's nothing in the bylaw that says that an event can't place signs, and if council permits for it and permits for the market signs or any other type of incidental sign, that yes, you're going to have overlap in certain locations.
Okay, Councillor Cairns.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. I've been on council a really long time, 26 years to be exact. And I think that when the signs came forward, and, you know, speaking of the farmer's market, and we want to have signs for them to be able to have people see them, but when this came through with the changes, I don't think I would have ever approved the changes to the way they are today. The actual sign bylaw back in the day when we wanted to change it was because of the street sign, the signs that were on the hydro poles, which is illegal. It's dangerous. My husband worked for Hydro, and they would rip them down as well. There were a lot of signs about handyman and this and that. And I understand that they, you know, they're a private business, and that's fine. But these businesses that are asking for these sign exemptions are tourism in our area. They promote our community. They come to our town. They bring people. They help. They're not just at the markets. They're at different businesses around town, and they're really, you know, important to us. And, you know, I remember one of our staff members saying, well, when I drive through town, I see a market sign. I didn't know there was a market there, and they zoom into the market. So that's going to happen over and over again with the people in our community who are just driving by and may see, oh, wow, there's a farmer's market here, and zip off and head in there. If they're just come in to get gas and they see a big sign at Kinsman Park, wow, we're here. It's really important in our community, and especially in these times, that we move forward in a positive direction. We allow the signs for any of the town events. There are the signs posted all over town when we're having, you know, specific town events, splash down at the beach, you know, different things. And I think that it's really important. They get advertised, but we also advertise the businesses in our community that are here to promote. We have a short season. It's really important that we get these people business in the communities. Yes, the farmers market's been amazing. I love it in Gull Lake. I loved it where it was before. I mean, everybody goes there, but without signage, and like Councillor Morphy said, it's true, people at the wharf would come into town initially and go, wow, where did the market go on Wednesday? No signage was down there, nothing said to them, oh, the market's been now moved up to Gull Lake Park. So I think that that's really important for signage reasons. So with that, I would definitely be in favor. I think we need to do some major tweaking on this. I'd like to see, you know, after these comments today, I'd like to see maybe staff come back, or if it's up to us as council to come back. I mean, I've been through this over and over and over, and I've highlighted so many things, and then I just don't know where to start to try to change the bylaw to make it work without having a bunch of sign clutter. We're not saying, you know, advertise, what's one of the things that they put the signs all over the place? Buy my property, I'll pay you cash. That's not what we're asking for. We're asking to promote the businesses that better our community. We want to have those signs, we want to have the information so that people know where to go, when to go. I mean, Hale Market, the wharf, the new location for the other farmers market, and then this one. It's so important. It's so important to the development of our community. So I just want to say I support moving forward, and we need to do some tweaking on our bylaw once again.
Oh, okay, so I'm going to suggest as many times as we've been around this table talking signs, it has been put back to this council. If there is something that you don't like in a bylaw, if there's something you don't like, you want to see something new, it is upon council to give staff direction. It is not up to staff to pick up on things that somebody's talking about around the table and bring it forward. It is up to a council member to put a piece of paper and a pen together and to bring it to staff. It's not up to staff to pick and choose what it is that they want to cut out of the thing. This is like Groundhog Day. I'm sorry to be But we have had this conversation, and it would be nice. I mean, if we got this over with year one, we wouldn't have had to have this awkward. We could have had an amendment to the bylaw that said, hey, community-minded events and not businesses, or not store brick businesses, or events that are in open air or something. We could have come to an agreement now, long before this. So I just want to say I understand how frustrating this must be for staff, because they would like nothing more than to, say yes to people. They're the ones that are having to say no, because it's our document. It's a council document. It's a council direction, and if council wants to see it changed, it is up to us to change it. So I would suggest that maybe something comes forward, notice a motion for maybe next council, that, I mean, it's too much going into the summer to ask them to change it now. I would suggest that maybe the next council looks at it. That would be my suggestion if I could offer that. Councillor Strength?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I would just like to say that I appreciate that it's a big deal to write a report for each of these sign exemptions. I don't think it's an easy task, so I appreciate that you have to go through the process of doing that. There has to be an easier way. Are we allowed to not, why can't we do that in this council? You're saying that it's the next council's responsibility.
To
Why can't-
amend the bylaw?
Yeah.
Well, because I would suggest that staff have through a budget process, have got their working orders, and they probably, going into summer, it's already, I mean, I'm looking at the manager who would have to write the direction. She doesn't even have direction to write it. We don't even know what it looks like. We'd have to have a working session. There would be consultation, I'm sure. There would be lots of issues. So you're going into those problems. I mean, we've had, I guess what it is we've been talking about this since almost day one. Like, and now we're in the, what's the term, in the autumn or the winter of our term, and now we're talking about something, and I would suspect that this is the last three that we'd have to deal with, to this term. So.
I would just suggest that there's never been 3 on an agenda before. There's been one-offs here and there. So this is an unusual circumstance.
Okay. I'm going to go over to Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you. I just want to just briefly point out that the planned sign locations, none of them include something down at the wharf for people arriving by boat. Just want to say that.
Okay, point taken. Thank you. So I'm going to go back to Councillor Cairns, specific to this bylaw, please. Specific to the Gravenhurst Farmers Market exemption.
Thank you, Worship. And through you, I would like to see this made approved for the farmers market. I wanted to go further and say further on a little bit more comments, but you've told me I can't, so I will hold my comments, but I will be bringing this forward at our next council meeting. I will be bringing forward something, but I thought that with all this conversation that has been going on with these applications coming forward in the past, there's been lots of chatter about it. I mean, there was some, well, I can't even talk about it because you told me I can't. So I would like to.
Councillor Cairns, I did not tell you you can't. I said that, all I said was there has been plenty of opportunity to have brought this forward until now. And again, this comes to the point is, are we going to ask staff to rewrite the bylaw on the spot after a 3-hour council meeting? I think that that's not appropriate. I think if you saw the agenda last Wednesday that had 3 sign exemptions, you could have worked with staff and had something prepared. You could have put it on the, you could have asked for something to be pre-written. I mean, that's what staff is here for. We have heard almost every time we've talked about a sign bylaw that somebody wants to bring something forward, and here we are still having this conversation. So I appreciate you taking it, and bringing it forward, giving the public notice that the actual sign bylaw is going to be up for discussion, because I think that's appropriate. That's why we offer notice on these discussions. So to say that I haven't given you the opportunity to talk broadly at the sign bylaw is not fair. What I'm saying is we have an exemption before us. That's the appropriate discussion. That's what's in order of the discussion today. If you would like to bring forward an exemption to the sign bylaw broadly, there's plenty opportunity to do that, and has been. And maybe you could work with the clerk and have something ready for the May council meeting. But it is unfair for you to suggest that I'm not permitting you to talk.
If I may, Your Worship, I didn't say it was.
Councillor Cairns, what's before us is a motion that says specifically Gravenhurst Farmers Market sign bylaw exemption be received for information. There are two other opportunities on this agenda to talk about signs, one of which I'm leaving for, and the chair will be Councillor Jorgensen. So to speak broadly about signs, I just don't think now is the opportunity to do that. I think we have a motion on the table before us, and I would like to stick to the agenda. We've been at this for 3 hours and 10 minutes, and I think that it's time to call the question unless anybody else has anything to offer on the Gravenhurst market signs. Okay, does anybody else have anything to say about that? Councillor Cairns?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I would like the clerk to please explain to us in voting on this motion how the turnout is for voting. Which way should we vote, if we're in favor of moving forward with the signs for the farmers market, or if we're against? Thank you. Just clarity.
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Cairns, I put the motion back up on the screen for you. As noted a few times we've done this before, the motion in front of you is prepared to be a similar process of approving or not approving a zoning bylaw. So although the recommendation from staff is that the sign exemption not be approved, much like a zoning bylaw that council or that staff may say staff don't recommend, it is your option to approve it. So what you see is to approve the sign bylaw exemption. If you would like to vote for the exemption, you vote yay. If you do not want to vote for the exemption, you would vote nay. And the results will be displayed when we're done.
Okay, there's a question before you, Council. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Councillor Jorgensen, I'll ask you to take the chair for the next item. Oh, okay. Oh. So before us, we have a resolution moved by Councillor Morphy, second by Councillor Robinson. Be it resolved that report number DEB 2026-28 RE Gravenhurst Community Market sign bylaw exemption be received for information, and that the exemption to the bylaw be approved. Is there any discussion, council? Okay, so I'll just call the question. Oh, you have a question. Okay, Councillor Hunter?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So I'm just understanding that this is the same, that the signs will be placed on the same day and removed on the same day for the same, different day of the week, but same day. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, sorry, Manager Ford, I should have gone to you. I apologize for that. Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Strong. So in 2024, or June of 2025, there was a request for incidental sign exemption from the Gravenhurst Community Market. It was supported, so just some background, it was supported by the council to have these signs placed, be permitted from Thursday until Sunday evening until November 30th. This year, we did again receive a request for an exemption to Section 4, subsection 4.1 of the town sign bylaw 2023-31. They are proposing a maximum of 10 incidental wireframe signs with corrugated faces. These signs are to be placed in specific locations throughout the town between May 31st and September 6th. They are to be placed Thursday afternoon, no earlier than 4 p.m. ahead of the event, and removed no later than 12 p.m. on the Monday following the event. They will not impede the traffic or be placed within a sight triangle. Again, as Director Halford stated earlier, given that the proposed exemption includes significant variances to Section 4 of the town side bylaw, as a result, staff would not recommend the approval.
Okay, well, I'm glad actually we heard from you, because there you go. We've got 10 signs that are out there for 4 days compared to ones like 8 signs that are out there for 1 day. So, I mean, that to me just says they should all be the same, which I think there needs to be an amendment. I mean, not for today, not for today, but it certainly means that something's amiss, right? So, Councillor Varney.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that, because I was under the impression, because that the community market will be down at the Bay just on Sunday, and I was thinking, okay, they'll just have their signs out on Sunday, put them out. Maybe they could put them out Saturday night, and then they'd come back, and they're only there for a short period of time. They're not there all day. So I am a little surprised by that number of signs, I must admit, for that particular market. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
So now I think what you could say is, you could say that they all equal, they are all the same. So they're all 8, you know, they're allowed 8, and they have to be up for 24 hours like the other one. I mean, that's an amendment you could propose to the exemption of the bylaw. Yeah, you could do today, because that's what's on the agenda. So I'm going to go over to Councillor Jorgensen.
Thank you, Your Worship. That's what I was going to suggest. I mean, the motion before us actually doesn't appear to have any restrictions. Perhaps, like, I'm wondering if it, you know, I was going to suggest that it, you know, as, you know, in locations as per the application in the report, but in this case, yeah, I mean, it's actually only 2 days that they're not up.
Yeah,
So it's kind of, they're up all the time except for 2 days. So again, in terms of consistency, I have a problem with, you know, treating these businesses differently. That I can't support it, again, so I'm afraid to say, even though, you know, I understand that, again, a new business trying to operate in a new location, but I think you need to do more marketing than just signs on the day of the event, so.
Okay, so I did have the question from Counselor Varney sort of to suggest that she would support it if it was sort of the same outline as the other one that was just approved. Is that something that she could get a seconder for so we could discuss that option? I see Counselor Strength is shaking her head. So let's talk about that before we move forward to everything else. So how do we feel about them all being treated the same? Counselor Cairns, is it on that subject?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. I believe that the reason why they're asking for it is because we did it last time and it worked out really well for them. They were clean, they were tidy, they made sure that the signs were put out on the Thursday. They did a great job of that. It helped to add a few more people, I believe, out to the market at the drive-in theater. I think that with it being in a new location, I think that it's really important that we advertise a little bit more. I wouldn't have a problem with all of them advertising for that amount of time, taking it down a few days, or putting it up a few days before and a few days after, taking it down, or the day after would be taking it down, just like we've asked. I don't think that there were any complaints. I heard none. I don't know if any other councillors heard of any other complaints about the signs being up. But I mean, when people are asking, when community groups and things like this come forward to us, there must be a reason why. And I think it's because they really need some help. And yes, they're doing social media. I've seen it on social media. They're advertising for the community market. I've seen it in other locations and other places. They have been trying to advertise the best they can. These are all working people, and I think that, you know, they're doing the best that they can, but they really want to make it successful events, successful activities in our community. So I think that I would be in favor of keeping it the way what they've asked. I think it's really important that we just try it for now, and then that when we get into a council, I'm hoping for a working session so that we can hash these all out in the very near future, like as in sooner than later. And then we can, you know, make sure that we're all on the same page then. But these people are asking for the community market to be put up on Thursday and taken down on the Sunday after the event, so, or the Monday, I think, the next day. So I wouldn't be in favor of changing that, because this is their request and they must have a reason for this request. I think it's important that we listen to what the people are asking us for to try to make these things very successful in our community. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go over to Counselor. So I do have on the table, so I'm going to read what's on the table.
I'll put it up and then you can tell me if it,
So it's moved by Counselor Varney and seconded by Counselor Strength. Be it resolved that the motion be amended to remove line 2 and replace with, and that the exemption be approved to permit a maximum of 8 incidental signs to be posted on the day of the market for a maximum of 24 hours in the location outlined in the report. Counselor Varney, does that suit what you were after, so it would be in line with the other one?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe it does, and I understand what Councillor Cairns is trying to say, but because it's down at the wharf, and I do know that the Russell Group is promoting it, they're going to get a lot of business, I believe, and I think that many incidental signs is not necessary. I think it'll only need a couple of Sundays, and they're going to be overrun with people. I think that word of mouth will go out there, and I really don't think we need to have that many signs up for that length of time. So I don't know if someone wants to respond to what I'm saying, but I do know the Russell Group is doing a heck of a lot of promotion down there, and there's a lot of traffic down there, and I think it will do very well down there.
Okay, Counselor Strength is a seconder. Did you want to add anything? And then I have a whole list of people, so, yeah, I mean, go ahead on the amendment, please.
I think that
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I think that the timing is a better fit. When they were at the drive-in, they were off the beaten track. They needed a lot more help. As Councillor Varney has said, they're in a high-traffic area. They might need some directional help to get the people to the wharf that are already there. But to get the people in town down to the wharf for the market, I think that that's an amenable solution.
Councillor Hunter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, can I get it put back up on the screen for a second? I just wanted to point out. Thank you. So the only thing I would say is that when it says on the day of the market, I would like to just, if possible, have it just say a maximum of 24 hours, because if they want to put them up Saturday night at 4 p.m. and then take them down Sunday at 4 because it starts Sunday, then I think that they should be allowed to do that. But other than that, I agree with everything else.
Okay, Councillor Morphy on the amendment?
Thank you, Worship, through you. Well done. No, well done. The reason they want signs up early, because Sunday's a different animal. People drive by, they're going to friends' cottages on a Friday, and they say, oh, it's there on Sunday. I can, on the way back, rather than if I'm checking into my hotel or my Airbnb, I'll drop by and have lunch at the market before I head back to Toronto or wherever they're going. So that the Sunday's a different animal, I believe. And they can plan their weekend around it, whereas it's and the farmers market is so established. I mean, it's been on Wednesdays for how many years, whereas this is brand new. So I like I will support whatever everybody, agrees in majority, but I definitely would like it a little bit longer than just the day of, so people have that thinking that they'll go there on the Sunday on their way home.
So the 24 hours, take the 24, so just amend the amendment. It hasn't. Can we just change the amendment? Okay, be it resolved, the motion be amended to remove line 2 and replace with, and that the exemption be approved to permit a maximum of 8 incidental signs for a maximum of 24 hours in the location outlined in the report. And I guess the location will change a little bit and they can pick whichever 2 they're not going to have because they had 10. Okay, so they can put them one way or the other. Okay, so I'm going to go over to Councillor Cairns on the amendment, please.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. I would like to amend the amendment to say that, the weekend starts on a Friday here, not on the Saturday. And so I would like to see that the signs be able to be at least put up on a Friday, so when people are arriving into our community, they'll be able to go, wow, there's a farmer's market on Sunday. On my way home, we'll hit it and stop by and do whatever they can. So I would like to see if I have anyone else that would approve going to the Friday rather than just the Saturday. I mean, it was the Thursday. I don't think it's a huge, big deal, but at least people that come up on the weekend will be able to see it on the Friday when they arrive. Most people arrive. I mean, cottagers are here for the whole, a lot of them are here for the whole summer and don't go back and forth. But those who do arrive on a Friday, it would be nice for them to be able to see that there's a market on Sunday.
Okay, Councillor, is there any councillors around the table that want to change the amendment? Second the amendment to the amendment? Okay, I think the appetite around the table is to sort of keep them the same. So, and I'm going to go over to Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with the 24 hours. I'm fine with that. If the majority wanted to go a little bit longer, I'm fine with either. I like the signs. I've said that before. I think it brings business to them. It helps the community know that they're there. And because they are moving, once they get to know that they're there, then it's something else. But I would agree with either one, but I'll stay with the First Amendment.
Okay. Councillor Varney, we'll just, unless it's, are we changing the amendment? Okay. Okay, I guess I would say on the Friday, the reason I don't support the Friday is because we have events in town too. So, I mean, again, they have their window for the event signs as well. So, I mean, again, can you see the sign everywhere sign? Like there's a song about it. But anyway, Councillor Varney.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm just going to say, I understand Councillor Karen's passion about this, but honestly, a lot of people are coming up Friday, it's Friday night, and I don't think that they see the signs on a Friday night when they're coming up. And they maybe go in shopping on Saturday morning, and I think that Saturday's great, 24 hours, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to, I think I'm going to call the question here on the amendment, please. Oh, I need to vote. Oh, we even got Councillor Jorgensen on board this time. Okay. Okay. So that was on the amendment, and no, we'll just vote. Okay, so you know the question before you with the amended schedule? Please vote. Okay, and that carries. Thank you. All right, so I would really like to stick around for this next one, but I'm going to pass the chair over to Councillor Jorgensen. No, I'm leaving. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I'm now chair. Ooh. So we're moving on to the next one. Be it resolved, moved by Councillor Strength, second by Councillor Varney. Be it resolved that report number DEV 2026-29 regarding Hale Muskoka sign bylaw exemption be received for information, and that the exemption to the sign bylaw be approved. And we have another report, so please go ahead.
Through you, Councillor Jorgensen, to the rest of the committee. We have a request from Hale Muskoka for an exemption to bylaw 2023-31, specifically section 4, subsection 4.1b for the non-permitted use of incidental signs on municipal property. They are proposing to erect a maximum of 6 road sign wireframe incidental signs as indicated on the proposed site plan. The purpose of them is for directional signs for visitors. They are proposing to place during the 4 private events that they are holding July 20th, July 25th, August 9th, and October 9th to 10th, 2026. Signs will not impede the flow of traffic or be placed within the site triangle, and signs are proposed to be placed 24 hours ahead of the private event and remove them within 24 hours following the event. Administration concludes that the proposed exemption includes significant variances to Section 4 of the town sign bylaw, and as a result, staff would not recommend approval.
Thank you, Manager Ford. And is there any discussion? Okay, Councillor Hunter.
Thank you, Chair. I just feel like to be consistent, if we told them 8 signs and 24 hours, just to be consistent, so they could put them up before the event, and yeah, they could get 2 more, but stick within that 24 hours. That would be what I would propose and put forward.
That wasn't a motion to amend. Well, if you're going to make a motion to amend, I'd suggest you make a motion to amend. Oh, I don't have, I'm not in control.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to make a motion to amend it to say we will allow them 8 signs for the time of 24 hours to keep things consistent, if I have a seconder. Thank you.
And we have a seconder, Councillor Strength. Okay, so we have a motion to amend, moved by Councillor Hunter and seconded by Councillor Strength. Be it resolved that the motion be amended to remove line 2 and replace with, and that the exemption be approved to permit a maximum of 8 incidental signs for a maximum of 24 hours in the locations outlined in the report. Any discussion on that? We'll call for the vote on the amendment. And that carries, and now we'll move to the motion on before us as amended. Oh, we're not done yet. One moment, please. Oh, sorry. I thought I was waiting for the motion to go on the board. Sorry. No, okay, sorry. Okay, and that carries. Thank you. Pass the chair back to Her Worship.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Thank you for the taking the chair. That's to get signed by Councillor Jorgensen. So we are, Bill 98. It is moved by Councillor Karen, second by Councillor Hunter. Be it resolved that report number DV 2026-30, RE Bill 98, and additional legislative reform consultation be received for information, and that a copy be sent to the province in response to their request for comments. Director.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So this will be a bit of a repeat for anyone who watched District Community and Planning Services Committee last week, because area municipal staff and district staff worked together on pulling together a detailed summary of Bill 98 and the implications of it on planning across Muskoka, instead of us all doing the work, because there was so many changes outlined in Bill 98 to a number of different pieces of legislation. So, and the turnaround, it was very quick. It was 30 days, but it has been extended to May 14th since the writing of the report. But I just wanted to give council a summary of it. The report is very detailed, but I will give a high-level overview given the importance of it, but also keeping in mind the time. So the first component that I wanted to bring to your attention is the streamlining and standardizing of official plans. So the bill, which has, I should say, the bill has received 2 readings already, and we're anticipating 3rd reading in short order. So the streamlining and standardizing of official plans, this part of the bill outlines a mandatory table of contents and schedules and a standardized set of land use designations for every municipality across the province. So the ability for municipalities to standard or to customize their official plan to their unique character, their unique needs. For example, putting environment number 1 in the official plan, not allowed to do that anymore. It has to follow the exact numbering and outline and table of content that they've provided. The largest and fastest growing municipalities across Ontario would have to have this in place by January 1st, 2028, and the rest of us would have to be by January 1st, 2029. But as we work through our official plan review, we're hoping that we can try and build that in because we're early enough in the process. While we are generally supportive of standardizing official plans so that it's easier for public to understand, and that there are unique nuances in every municipality and different approaches. So, and as the report outlines, the Muskoka official plan, for example, has the environment the very first section, and that was done intentionally. So, and I believe, that's the feedback that we've always heard here as well. So, those are the kinds of standardizations and making things easier for people working across the province. That's the idea behind this. There's also a consultation open through this bill outlining upper tier official plan, content, secondary plans, and site/area specific policies, and whether those should be allowed. So for example, we have site-specific policies for, well, Muldrew Lake has a lake plan that potentially, likely, may not be permitted. Specific unique character areas would not be permitted going forward. All the policies would have to be the same everywhere. So those are the kinds of themes that are being presented through this. So that's the consultation. So we've recommended that particularly in areas outside of the GTA, that flexibility be remain in place. Additional site plan limitations have been included, which aim to prohibit municipalities from requiring enhanced development standards and green development standards through site plan control. You may have heard about the Toronto Green Building Standards. The point here is that the province does not want that to be able to be put in place, nor are any other municipalities able to put in place green development standards, nor using site plan control to address such things as we use it for lake system health implementation. So surely the province, as outlined in the report, did not necessarily intend that. So we've suggested that perhaps they take another look at that similar to when they took away site plan a couple years ago through another omnibus bill, that areas within the waterfront or shoreline area be allowed to use site plan control for environmental reasons. There's also a consultation happening right now about not being able to use site plan control at all, anywhere, for any type of urban, rural, any type of development, limiting municipalities to a maximum of 3 circulations of back and forth between the applicant and the municipality, working through questions, scoping down the site review plan process to standardized checklist, and establishing or requiring municipalities to establish different site plan approval streams for different types of proposals. So we're, as staff, are not supportive of the removal of site plan control as a tool, as for the reasons that I've mentioned, and particularly as it relates to the waterfront area. Another component that they're engaging on as well is a minimum lot size, and the minimum lot size that they would like to impose on all urban serviced properties is 175 meters squared, which is half of our smallest urban lot. So think about the small lots up in the Beechwood subdivision, half of that is what they would like the lots to be. So again, it's a little bit, our thought is that it may be more of a urban focus, and that perhaps that would not be in the best character of our area here. Particularly as we're getting more snow and more catastrophic events. And I know there were a lot of issues with where to store snow, say that 10 times. It's also late. And dealing with overland flow and stormwater management, all of these types of things in a more where we may not have storm sewers, those types of things, is a concern. So that's outlined in here. The minister zoning orders are also subject to an amendment, which would not require the province to provide notice of any amendments to any of their MZOs or revocations. So that can be done without posting notice. And another, I think, the last one that I wanted to mention is the changes that they're proposing to communal drinking water and wastewater systems. Currently, communal water and wastewater is not permitted for residential use here in Muskoka. It is used as a tool of servicing development in other parts of the province where they don't have municipal water and sewer services. And our plan, the district plan, and similarly the area municipalities do not permit for example, like a rural estate subdivision to be developed on the basis of communal water and wastewater. This And that's the District of Muskoka's decision to make as the one responsible under the MOE requirements for water and wastewater. The changes that are proposed would require that the District of Muskoka would have to sign off on those systems. And should they fail, the district would then be responsible for that. So while we understand that communal drinking and wastewater systems, are better for the environment than individual septic systems generally, it could open up rural estate development across our landscape, across the community. And our recommendation to the province is that if they're going to allow private communal systems, that it should be within unserviced settlement areas only in municipalities where they don't have municipal drinking water, or municipal wastewater currently. If anyone's been to conferences lately and heard from the County of Frontenac and what they're doing, their unique approach is they're setting up municipal service corporations to manage those communal systems. So it's a third-party entity. All the checks and balances are included within that, and because they don't have municipal water and wastewater in their communities, but they are still directing the growth to unserviced settlement areas. So we're suggesting that perhaps in those cases that might be appropriate, but it should not be permitted at carte blanche outside of areas in those instances. So again, the report is detailed. I'm happy to answer any questions, but the motion that's before you today is that we would just, as Chair Lehman has done, he has summarized this and sent in the report as the district's comments. We would send this into the province as Town of Gravenhurst's comments on the bill.
Okay. Counselor, are there any questions on this? Just because you touched on it, I just wanted to, the one thing I took away from that was, there was a couple things, but one, because you mentioned the communal water systems, but I was actually pleased to hear that the province will be required to act as the backstop. So is that basically saying, because as it is now, that the district has to take over a failed system? Is that what that means? Is that now the province will be the one that's responsible for the failed system? Or are they going to direct when they say the backstop, what does that mean?
The details there, so was what was presented at District Council?
No, I pulled it right out of the report.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So in this case, we would still have to the District of Muskoka would still have to provide municipal consent to it. So in this case, from a growth and settlement, good land use planning perspective, we are recommending that it's in places where there's already full municipal water and sewer systems, that it not even be contemplated.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Hunter?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, my question was about development charges, and I believe that everything is the same except for retirement. There's just a change there, right? So everything else would remain the same. There's nothing, that was my worry, was that they were going to be exempting development charges on a greater scale, but I don't think that's the case. Is that correct? That it looks like it's just the retirement centers?
Yes, through Bill 98, the retirement is the focus, but there are other changes that are proposed to the Development Charges Act through another bill. I'm not fully up to speed on that at this point. Manager Resilius has the details on that if you wanted to speak with him.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Strang?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Councillor Cairns and I sat at the Community and Planning Services joint meeting with Health Services on Thursday last week, and the discussion around Bill 98 was lengthy. And I think that, myself, I feel a little bit of panic and nausea when I think about it. But I am curious to know, the common thread through the discussion was that we need to sing from the rooftops that we are not happy with these changes. So my question is, is the report enough? Do we need to do more? Can Mayor Lorenz send a letter accompanying if I could ask Mayor Lorenz to send an accompanying letter to say that, or express our displeasure, and what else can we do? I mean, I know that there's opportunities for delegations. I'm sure that's a collective that will happen in August. If there's time, I'm not sure there's time either. What else can we do? Do we try to get all the citizens of Gravenhurst to write little letters that say, no, no, no?
So there are a number, through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. Yes, so I would ask the clerk as to whether the motion needs to be amended to say that and a covering letter from the mayor be attached as well, or whether that would be, appropriate. Yeah, we have a copy of Chair Lehman's letter as well, so I can share that. I know for the Ontario Professional Planning Institute is providing comments as well. Generally, from a planning profession perspective, not from a community perspective. Lots of municipalities are providing comments as well in terms of just generally how to affect change. You know, speaking with our MPP and, you know, as you mentioned, requesting delegations. The only concern I have is just the speed with which things get moved through, and having already gone through second reading. I think probably the best way would be speaking with MPP Smith, yeah.
Okay, Councillor Jorgensen?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just curious about one of the items that they talk about and the report speaks to, and the concern of the province is how long site plans take to negotiate. Do we have any stats on where we're at, how quickly we handle them? Are we in the same boat as everyone else, that they take far too long?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Councillor Jorgensen, through the mayor to your question. So I would suggest that from what we've heard from the development community, it's much quicker generally outside the GTA. And when there's these comments made about how long it takes for planning approvals and that, I think that that's a brush that's being painted across everywhere, and it's not necessarily accurate everywhere. So yes, there are the outliers that take a while due to perhaps the data not being great up front, the studies needing work, not all the information being provided. Those ones take longer, but we routinely get comments from larger scale developers saying how quick and straightforward the process was. You heard here tonight from the applicant of the apartment building. So I mean, it is generally, not to toot our own horn, it is generally quicker in a smaller municipality, for sure, where we have the system set up like we do. There are always outliers. I don't have the stats for you, but I can say when those comments are coming forward, that's because it's taking a year in the city to get that done. That's not the case here. And the large portion of our site plans are waterfront site plans, right? And those are moved through very quickly, very efficiently, because we have staff that have been doing it for 20 years. We're lucky to have that, so.
I think the longest part of this fellow's application is this meeting, actually. Anyway, I'm just teasing our applicant that's hanging on with us here today. Is there anybody else who has questions? Okay, so I will just ask one other question that I had. So one of the things that kind of bothered me in that was the green building construction standards, which what you said. And it occurred to me, the only way things become cheaper is when more people are using them, because we know now it's so expensive to build green. Like, it's really expensive to do all kinds of, modern things. And the only way is if they become the normal, right? I mean, think back to plasma TVs, like when they used to cost a fortune, and now they're pretty cheap. And that's because it's cheaper to make more. So I found that really disappointing that we wouldn't be able to say, hey, just sort of ease our way into it and make things that are greener more normal. Anyway, so there's a lot in there, but that was just one thing that stood out for me. Councillor Jorgensen?
Just to comment on that, quite frankly, my feeling is those types of things should be covered off in the building code if they're that important. Because in fact, you may want to be leaders in your community and try and enforce green building, but as you say, it puts the costs up and it puts your community then at a disadvantage. That's just the reality of it. But if we do it across the board, then industry in general can gear up and get those economies of scale. So I think it makes sense not to allow, municipalities end up perhaps working against themselves by shedding developers if they get too restrictive on anything.
True, yes. Okay. Councillor Cairns?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Just a question to Ms. Halford. And I may have missed it in the report, but does this apply to waterfront properties as well, like the density? Are we going to be, in areas of waterfront, are we going to be allowing, if someone has a fairly large property, will they be able to downsize their lots, or is this only to the urban areas?
Through your worship to the councillor, which part? Which component are you speaking to about?
Like
Green building standards? Or what are you, which?
Just the whole thing,
each-
like
well,
all of
each-
these little things. Pardon?
Minimum lot size is in the urban center, like full
Only the
service.
urban.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
The minimum lot size? Yes. The proposal is for in serviced urban settlement areas, yes. But we have heard comments that the smallest lot size currently that we have is already too small. And then it would be roughly half of what is currently allowed now, so. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jorgensen?
Sorry, but the minimum lot size, is that taking into account the, up to 4 units on each? It's still inclusive of that. It boggles the mind, like in terms of parking and snow removal okay.
Okay, sounds like we've beaten this to death. Is great, it was really good conversation, and I appreciate staff and district working so quickly together with the rest of the municipalities to get this out. It's obviously very important and has a big impact. So with that, you do have a motion in front to send this off to the province, essentially. Okay, so now here's the, that's carried. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, council, as you know, we are going to read the bylaws. If there is one that you would like to discuss further, please let me know and we can pull them. Okay, so it is moved by Councillor Jorgensen, second by Councillor Cairns. Be it resolved, the following bylaws be read, passed, and engrossed into the bylaw book. Bylaw number 2026-25 for 135 Musquash Road, Musquash Road. Bylaw number 2026 zoning Sargent Co. Limited, Winhara. Okay, anybody want to pull either of those for discussion further? Councillor Jorgensen?
Yes, I think I think we should have discussion on the first item.
Okay, well, then kick it off.
And I'll kick it off. I do think we owe it to the community to speak to these kinds of applications. And, so they do know where we stand on it rather than just passing it or denying it. So, in this case, unfortunately, I do feel that there was a lot of valid concerns brought forward. But a lot of the concerns that, of that neighborhood are, as I brought up, I think, you know, the walkability in that area is poor. The walkability along Highway 169 is poor. And I think we need to do something about it. But I don't think that should fall on the backs of this particular application. It is unfortunate that we require a traffic study, for example, but we don't have a mechanism to demand well, what is the walkability, of the area, things like that. But at the same time, I think I think it was clear from Her Worship that if we feel we need to do something in this area, which I think we do, that we should bring forward a motion to look at improving those conditions. And as I say, I think what I heard, a lot of those conditions, the safety concerns, the road alignment concerns, it's independent of this. Like those concerns are already there in that area. And and obviously it's a growing area. I mean, we know there's a big chunk of land in behind that could be coming forward as a subdivision at some time. So I don't want to confuse the issue of those safety and walkability issues with this particular project. And I do feel, that from what I've heard, this is the type of project we need. We need more rental accommodations, and we all know, everyone says, yes, we need these types of projects, but I just don't want it beside me. And I get it, but I also look at the type of growth that's gone on in that particular area, and I think I would concur that it does fit in with what's going on in that area. Do we need to make sure that it's done properly and that, the stormwater management is done properly and all that? Yes, we do, and I think we've got those safeguards in place. So that's the end of my discussion.
Okay. Councillor Hunter?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I also just wanted to make note for the public, for the people that were here today, if they're listening from home, that when we get these applications, it's a concept. And I think when the developer was here and he was saying that absolutely he could, potentially move the balconies, that sort of thing. So, sometimes when they see a concept and they think this is exactly what it's going to look like, isn't necessarily the case. And so I'm sure they heard the people today. I'm sure they're willing to kind of work with them to make sure that the noise complaints and that sort of thing would be taken care of. So I just wanted to reiterate that point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Varney?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I do agree with Councillor Jorgensen. I really felt the fear of the people that were here for the safety on that road, especially in the wintertime with young people. And I think that's going to be a very important area because it's one of the last areas close enough to town where people can walk to town. It's possible to walk to town from that area. And then with the other development that's going to go in at the end of that Revel Street, I believe, that we're considering. But it doesn't have anything to do with the actual building, and I really appreciate the fact that we need housing, but I'm hoping that we will look at the safety. I really understand the concern they have for that 169 Musquash Road, and with kids on bikes, kids walking, no sidewalk, wintertime. I think that's a very big concern. Thank you.
Before I go to Councillor Strength, I would just say that the concern is there regardless of this building goes because there's already people living there. So whether or not that impacts it, of course it will a little bit, but it's also at the beginning, right? So they're not driving past the other people's houses to get there. Councillor Strength?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I would just, when we were listening to the comments from the gallery, from the public, I kept thinking to myself, think planning, think planning, think planning, think planning, because those concerns are valid, their concerns are valid, and we do need to do something. But what the developer, and you've been so good, so patient, is asking for is reasonable. So I don't have any problems in supporting this application, and I think that we've collectively are concerned about that area and how to progress forward to make it. I've also been talking to the family at the Blueberry Stand on 169 that's just before Musquash Road, and they have some concerns as well about all of those same things that this group of people did too. So there's room for improvement for sure.
Okay, so, I mean, I would suggest that, I don't know where you go from here, because there's one, like, that, you know, the road is not our road, right? So, I mean, we can make a recommendation, but that's not gonna hold up. So I would suggest, Counselor Jorgensen, that you talk to staff and see how you move it forward to be evaluated. That would be my suggestion. Did you have something else to say?
Again, it's unrelated to the application, I'm afraid, but we do have the opportunity, I think, because we've got the park, we've got open space right across the street, and the crossing of 169 is definitely a problem, and we obviously need to work with the district on that, but we have an opportunity to connect that, I think, into Steamship Bay.
Maybe we can burrow under the road.
You know.
It's being done somewhere else in Ontario.
What's that?
Burrowing under the road. We can build our
Either
own
way,
tunnel.
I think it's doable, and I think my colleagues here are in agreement that we need to definitely look at something in that area.
Okay, so, can we vote on them both together, or no? Okay, so we're gonna vote on that one first then, Musquash Road. All in favor? And that carries, thank you. And then we'll go back to Sargent. Okay, all in favor? And that carries, thank you. Do great things, do great things. Okay, it is moved by Councillor Morphy, second by Councillor Robinson. Be it resolved that the minutes of the council meeting dated March 24th, 2026 be approved as circulated. All in favor? Oh, I need to vote. Thank you. That carries. Thank you. And it is moved by Councillor Strink, seconded by Councillor Varney. Be it resolved that the bylaw number 2026-27 to confirm the council meeting held on April 28th, 2026 be passed. All in favor? And that carries. A motion to adjourn. Councillor Robinson, Councillor Morphy, all in favor? Oops, too fast. No. That. And that carries. Thanks very much, everyone, for